Too awesome. The remaining group of outer court disciples mostly had flushed faces and were exceedingly excited. That violent ape is a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast at any rate, but before senior brother Duan Lingtian, it was like a kitten or puppy. Earlier, Duan Lingtian swung it around and smashed it randomly, and it was simply like playing with a toy. Yeah, too exaggerated. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I utterly wouldn't dare believe that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist is capable of doing this. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, not a kitten or puppy. I've decided. In the future, senior brother Duan Lingtian is my idol. When I recall the scene from before now, I still can't help but feel my hot blood boil. The violent ape was swung around and smashed by senior brother Duan Lingtian just like that, and in the end, it was simply smashed to the point it lost its temper. All the outer court disciples now looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with burning gazes. Freak! He Dong and Zhuaqing glanced at each other. The 2 people who were never on good terms were filled with a rare tacit understanding. Humph! Hu Shuefeng's expression was as unsightly as it could be when he saw this scene. He barely persisted for 10 breaths of time before this violent ape before finally passing the test in a sorry state. Now, it was the same violent ape, yet Duanling Tian had made it submit. Such a large contrast caused Hu Shuefeng's heart to be unable to refrain from trembling, and the hatred he had towards Duanling Tian in his heart rose to the limit. Test Elder Jiang Huai had an astounded expression when he saw the scene before him. Although he had confidence in Duanling Tian, he never imagined that Duanling Tian would be so barbaric, directly making the violent ape lie on the ground. Just like what that outer court disciple had said earlier. This inner court disciple test seemed to only require one to persist for 10 breaths of time under the violent ape, right? This Duan Lingtian instead directly smashed the violent ape to the point it had no temper. Ow! The violent ape that knelt on one knee before Duan Lingtian abruptly lowered its head, and its cry was filled with respect. The violent ape's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu, so he was naturally able to discern that the violent ape was performing the etiquette of submission. This was the etiquette that would only be performed when facing an ape king. Now, this violent ape performed this sort of etiquette before him, and it caused him to be shocked in his heart. Get up! According to the memories of Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had learned the actions of the Monkey King when facing this sort of situation, and he stretched out his hand to rub the violent ape's lowered head a total of 3 times. Ow! After Duan Lingtian finished touching it for the 3rd time, the violent ape stood up and stood obediently at the side, meek like a little kitten. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian opened the lock on the cage and walked out. Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of everyone present had descended onto him. Within these gazes were a variety of emotions. There was astonishment, reverence, adoration, yearning. Of course, there was also hatred. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the people that were staring at him with hatred, and the corners of his mouth were suffused with a wisp of coldness. This Hu Shuefeng is really like a ghost that refuses to leave. Duan Lingtian has passed the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, Test Elder Jiang Huai announced. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. From today onwards, he was an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Today, there were a total of 4 people that had passed the inner court disciple test. Duan Lingtian, He Dong, Zhuaqing, and Hu Shuefeng. This is your inner court command token. I'll report your names after we return today. Tomorrow, all of you can rely on the inner court command token to go register at the registration area near the Dubhe Peaks Trade Hall and receive the inner court disciples attire. Jiang Huai raised his hand, and 4 simple command tokens appeared out of thin air, and he passed them to Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Humph! After Hu Shuefeng obtained the command token, he glanced hatefully at Duan Lingtian before leaving with large strides. If it wasn't for the sake of waiting for this inner court command token, he would have left long ago. Elder Jiang Huai will be leaving first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Test Elder Jiang Huai, then left the test platform with Zuoqing and Hedong to walk towards Dubhe Peak. The group of outer court disciples respectfully sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. I'm afraid it won't be long before today's matter will spread throughout the entire sect. This Duan Lingtian really scares people to death. Jiang Huai glanced at Duan Lingtian's figure and shook his head as he sighed. Ow! Duan Lingtian had only just walked out of the test platform when he heard a respectful howl sound out from behind him. He turned around to look. He saw the violent ape kneeling on one knee within the cage, and it raised its arm as it sent Duan Lingtian off with its gaze. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew the meaning of the violent ape's actions. This was the etiquette of sending the ape king off respectfully. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved at the violent ape before leaving with Zuoqing and Hedong. Ow! When it saw Duan Lingtian vanish before its eyes, the violent ape stood up and raised its head as it roared loudly, then swung its arms and ceaselessly struck its spacious chest. Thump! 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 A muffled sound sounded out, as if a song of farewell was being composed. This scene entered into the eyes of the people that hadn't left, and it caused them to be unable to refrain from sighing with emotion. How is this a fierce beast? It's simply like a human wearing beast skin. It's said that apes are fierce beasts that are closest to humans. Even if their cultivations aren't high, they've already begun to understand human nature. Today, I can be considered to have completely witnessed it. Even a fierce beast like the violent ape submitted before Duan Lingtian. Could it be that it has discerned that Duan Lingtian is extraordinary? It's possible. After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the test platform, they walked all the way up the mountain. They prepared to return to the outer court Sword Peak. Duan Lingtian, you're really... I don't know what to say. On the way, Hedong squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty, yet he didn't know what to say. Don't say anything if you don't know what to say. Zuoqing grunted coldly and was extremely displeased with Hedong. In next to no time, the 3 of them arrived nearby the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak. Hedong, you go back first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Hedong, then he and Zuoqing arrived at another stone platform and stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak. He intended to go look for Li Fei. He hadn't seen that little girl for over a month, and he rather missed her in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Zuoqing walked past the chain bridge, and on the way, the gazes of the Alcade Peak female disciples lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian, and they bowed respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Only when Duan Lingtian stepped onto Alcade Peak did he truly understand the meaning of women are fiercer than tigers. After the group of Alcade Peak female disciples noticed him, they made a commotion and surrounded him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, the sword skill I'm cultivating has encountered calmness, can you guide me? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I made a trip home a few days ago and brought back many snacks from home. Do you want to try some as well? Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was rather helpless when being besieged by the group of Alcade Peak female disciples, and he could only look at Zuoqing who stood at the side and was secretly laughing. Chapter 338. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian was pitiful, or perhaps it was because she recalled that Duan Lingtian had helped her pass the inner court disciple test. Zuoqing withdrew her smile. Junior sisters. Zuoqing walked gracefully and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, then looked at the group of Alcade Peak female disciples. That's enough. Duan Lingtian came to our Alcade Peak because my master asked him to come. If he's late because of you, then when my master blames you, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zuoqing's words were indeed effective. Although the group of Alcade Peak female disciples were reluctant, they still obediently dispersed. Many of the female disciples glanced affectionately at Duan Lingtian as they dispersed, and their gazes were filled with teasing. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of helplessness. Senior sisters Zuoqing, they seemed to be very afraid of Elder Bai. After leaving the vicinity of the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian looked at Zuoqing and asked curiously. Of course. Zhua Qing nodded and smiled. Normally, the peak master of our Alcade Peak doesn't ask about the matters of our Alcade Peak. It's all managed by my master. In Alcade Peak, my master can be considered to be half a peak master. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In the past, relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that Elder Bai's strength wasn't ordinary. She far surpassed the outer court elders of the other sword peaks that he'd seen. Now that he knew of Elder Bai's status in Alcade Peak, he felt relieved. After all, if one didn't have a certain amount of strength to manage such a large Alcade Peak, not to mention what the disciples of Alcade Peak would think, the other outer court elders probably wouldn't be convinced. Master shouldn't be here at this time. You go look for junior sister. Zhua Qing sent Duan Lingtian out of the gorge and smiled ambiguously at Duan Lingtian, not intending to return with him. Thank you, senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. This senior sister Zhua Qing was really considerate. Walking into the canyon, Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei. Li Fei was watering the flowers. Looking at Li Fei's curvaceous body, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen couldn't help but heat up. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smirk. He approached silently, opened his arms, and hugged Li Fei from behind. Who? Li Fei was frightened and shouted subconsciously. Little beauty, stop screaming. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Duan Lingtian put his mouth beside Li Fei's earlobe and lightly blew on it as he pretended to speak with a hoarse voice. Bastard! Li Fei came back to her senses and her face was full of joy. She easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You're even able to recognize me? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and let go of Li Fei, then looked at Li Fei, who turned around, and his eyes were filled with tender affection. Bastard, you went to participate in the inner court disciple test today as well, right? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're at the 8th level of the origin core stage now. Passing the inner court disciple test shouldn't be difficult. Senior sister went as well, did she pass? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a face full of anticipation. Since you want to know, why didn't you go watch the show with her? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just finished cultivating not long ago and looked at the sky. The inner court disciple test ought to be ending soon, so I didn't go over. Li Fei said. I'll tell you later. Duan Lingtian domineeringly carried Li Fei, whose beautiful face was flushed red, and directly rushed into the wooden house. After being intimate for a while, Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression, stretched out her finger and drew small circles on Duan Lingtian's chest. Bastard, did senior sister pass the inner court disciple test or not? Do you hope she passes? Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei a little tighter, rubbed Li Fei's soft and smooth long hair, and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair as he asked with a light smile. Of course I hope senior sister passes. But, supposedly, it's extremely difficult for 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples to pass the inner court disciple test. As she finished speaking, Li Fei had a face full of worry. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Li Fei's expression. With your man here, are you still worried senior sister won't be able to pass the test? Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei's eyes to light up. Senior sister really passed the inner court disciple test? Of course, why would I lie to you? But, you have to properly help your senior sister thank your man, me. Duan Lingtian laughed wickedly. Humph. You bastard, you're really thick-skinned. Senior sister passing the test is her own ability, how can you take all the credit? Li Fei grunted lightly with a face full of disbelief. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Go ask your senior sister yourself later. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and didn't have any intention of explaining. Bastard, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian saying this caused Li Fei's heart to slightly tremble, and she blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked in a light voice. Of course it's true. Little Fei, when have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took a deep breath and was intoxicated by the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. Bastard, tell me. Li Fei's interest was piqued. What? You believe me now? Duan Lingtian laughed. Seeing that Li Fei was urging her again and again, Li Fei roughly explained what had happened. Bastard, thank you. Li Fei rubbed against Duan Lingtian's embrace as she spoke softly. She knew that it was precisely because of her that her man would help her senior sister. Little Fei, when have you ever been so courteous with me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying Li Fei for a while longer, Duan Lingtian put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he asked. Little Fei, I intend to make a trip to the solitary peak 2 months from now. Li Fei's gaze lit up when she heard this. You want to help that Boundless Sect's young sect leader deliver a message? When Duan Lingtian met the Boundless Sect's young sect leader in the misty forest outside Aurora City, Li Fei was present as well. So, Li Fei knew of the request the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had given to Duan Lingtian that day. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's for the sake of helping him deliver a message and going for a walk while I'm at it. Do you want to go with me? Of course. I'll tell Master about it later. Li Fei nodded excitedly. She'd been in the 7-Star Sword sect for over 7 months, yet she'd never left and had been bored to death since long ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then I'll come look for you at that time. I hope Kerr can return at that time, and the 3 of us will go with Xiong Quan. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left after notifying Li Fei. When he left Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian intentionally sped up his footsteps and quickly ascended the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. It was as if he was fleeing for his life. This caused the group of Alcade Peak female disciples that had just reacted to the situation to sigh. Why is senior brother Duan Lingtian running so quickly? I still want to share the snacks I brought from home with senior brother Duan Lingtian. I still want to discuss life with senior brother Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, then he returned to Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian's brows frowned when he'd only just arrived at Migres Peak. Because he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Duan Lingtian. When Wu Yongqian saw Duan Lingtian once again, his eyes flickered with a ghastly sheen of hatred. It was precisely this outer court disciple that completely crippled his right arm, causing him to be unable to use his right hand to execute sword skills in the future. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he asked indifferently. My foster father wants to see you. Wu Yongqian spoke directly. What? The Peak Master wants to see me. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Wu Yongqian, then he raised his voice to spread throughout the surroundings. For a moment, it drew the attention of many Migres Peak disciples. Peak Master? Isn't that the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, Wu Yongqian? Looks like it's precisely our Migres Peak's master who wants to see Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples discussed animatedly. Wu Yongqian frowned when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, my foster father wants to see you. Why are you making so much noise, as if you're afraid others don't know that you're going to see my foster father? Haha, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but start laughing without restraint. Wu Yongqian, I crippled one of your arms that day after all, and you suddenly said that the Peak Master wants to see me. How would I know if the Peak Master went back on the matter from that day and wants to do something to me? So now, I feel that there's a need to let everyone know more about this matter. Crippled arm. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples were completely petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian. Their gazes descended onto Wu Yongqian, and they instantly noticed that Wu Yongqian's right arm drooped down as if it had no bones. It can't be, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually crippled senior brother Wu Yongqian's right arm. Isn't this too ferocious? I heard senior brother Duan Lingtian say that it seems like the Peak Master knows of this matter as well. Awesome! I can be considered to have witnessed what true awesome is now. All the Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration, simply as if taking Duan Lingtian to be their idol. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple like you, dares be presumptuous before me. Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he saw Duan Lingtian publicizing his embarrassing matter to everyone, and he shouted with a stern voice. Outer court disciple? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile when he heard Wu Yongqian, and with a raise of his hand, an ancient command token appeared in his hand. Wu Yongqian, open your eyes wide and look carefully. This command token ought to not be unfamiliar to you, right? Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw the command token in Duan Lingtian's hand. He naturally recognized this command token, because he had one himself. As for the nearby Migres Peak disciples, their gazes lit up one after another. Isn't that an inner court disciple's command token? It seems to be. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian has already passed today's inner court disciple test. 1 month ago, there was a rumor that senior brother Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, and becoming an inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage isn't strange. The problem is, senior brother Duan Lingtian seems to only be a little over 20, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the publicly acknowledged monstrous genius of our 7-star sword sect. Before he appeared, if someone told me that an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist a little over 20 had appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Chapter 339. When the whispers of the Migres Peak disciples entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, it caused Wu Yongqian's face to go livid, and his pair of fierce eyes flickered with dense rage. This Duan Lingtian crippled his right arm, causing him to be dragged down because of this, and his future accomplishments were worrying. His dream since he was young was to succeed his foster father's position and become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak. But now it would seem that all of this would become an extravagant hope. Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for you, I'd surely be able to become the peak master of Migres Peak in the future. It's all because of you. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with rage to the limit, and wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. As far as he was concerned, it was Duan Lingtian that destroyed his life. Duan Lingtian frowned when he noticed Wu Yongqian's ghastly and hateful gaze, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, you seem to hate me? Humph. Although Wu Yongqian didn't say anything, but a cold snort was sufficient to display his hatred towards Duan Lingtian. Wu Yongqian, although I crippled your arm. But you have to understand one thing clearly. On that day, if it wasn't for you stubbornly resisting and being unwilling to stop, your right arm wouldn't have been crippled. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian with a calm gaze. So, the greatest responsibility for your right arm being crippled is on you. If you abandoned your sword a moment earlier, you would at most be lightly injured. It was your conceit, your arrogance, that completely destroyed yourself. On that day, when Wu Yongqian fought Duan Lingtian, he'd used his right hand to wield his sword. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart what effect a crippled right arm would have on Wu Yongqian. But he didn't have the slightest feeling of guilt. On that day, it was because Wu Yongqian was too conceited and was unwilling to abandon his sword for a long time that caused him to fall to such an end. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the conflict between him and Wu Yongqian was caused by Wu Yongqian's foster father, the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. If not for this, he would not have fought with Wu Yongqian. But now, sensing Wu Yongqian's hatred for him, Duan Lingtian realized that Wu Yongqian didn't think so. Wu Yongqian had clearly pushed all the blame onto him. Duan Ling. Heavens! Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Yongqian gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent, vicious and cold. Didn't the Peak Lord want to see me? Why aren't you leading the way? Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently. Wu Yongqian shuddered when he heard this, and only now did he recall the proper business. He suppressed the flames of rage that had reached the limit in his heart before turning around and intending to take Duan Lingtian and leave Migres Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the direction of the cable bridge, causing Duan Lingtian to stop in his tracks. Duan Lingtian glanced over. A Migres Peak disciple was walking over from the other side of the cable bridge, and when the Migres Peak disciple saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up and he walked over in large strides. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this Migres Peak disciple. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian remembered this name clearly. On that day, he'd come to the trade hall with the intention of selling the pile of medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition. At that time, Yi Xiaobei and another Migres Peak disciple had a conflict for the things in his possession. In the end, Yi Xiaobei domineeringly took out 10 million gold and fiercely threw it at the Migres Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's face to be covered in blood. Duan Lingtian still remembered that scene clearly until now. It was precisely because of this that he had such a deep impression of Yi Xiaobei. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei as he greeted him. Duan. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, You still recognize me? Yi Xiaobei was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he seemed as if he'd been injected with stimulants, and his face flushed red from excitement. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Is it so exaggerated? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on passing the inner court disciple test and becoming an inner court disciple. Yi Xiaobei smiled as he congratulated Duan Lingtian, then said with an expression of adoration. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the inner court disciple test, you empty-handed swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the violent ape, and randomly smashed it. In the end, you smashed the violent ape to the point it knelt down and begged for mercy before you. Yi Xiaobei was extremely excited as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. Why is it getting more and more ridiculous? At that time, the violent ape didn't kneel down and beg for mercy, that was the ape clan's etiquette of submission. Yi Xiaobei didn't intentionally conceal his voice, and the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples heard it. Empty-handed swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, the violent ape, and randomly smashed it. Smashed the violent ape to the point it knelt down and begged for mercy. For a moment, the gazes of all the Migres Peak disciples that descended onto Duan Lingtian became extremely strange. Gulp. 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 Sounds of gulping down saliva in astonishment rose and fell. After a short moment, these Migres Peak disciples reacted to what had happened, and as expected, it caused an uproar. Is senior brother Duan Lingtian really a human? I heard that those formidable demon beasts of legend are even able to transform into human form, and are called demons. Could it be that senior brother Duan Lingtian is one of those demon beasts that has transformed into human form? No wonder senior brother Duan Lingtian has such a monstrous cultivation at such a young age, so it turns out that he was originally a demon. As they finished speaking, all the Migres Peak disciples nodded in all seriousness. In their eyes, the accomplishments that Duan Lingtian had obtained so far were utterly not something a normal human could obtain. At least, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there had never appeared an 8th level origin core stage martial artist that was at the same age as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples. How did he become a demon? Humph. Yi Xiaobei frowned, then looked at the crowd of Migres Peak disciples and felt indignant for Duan Lingtian. What nonsense are all of you talking about? How could senior brother Duan Lingtian possibly be a demon? If he was a demon, do all of you think that all of you would still be alive? Do all of you think that there's anyone in the 7-star sword sect that's still alive? Demons are existences that demon beasts have transformed into human form. According to legend, they're omnipotent. Do all of you think that there's a need for a demon to sneak into our 7-star sword sect? Would a demon have the leisure to sit here and listen to all of you talk nonsense? As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei's voice was powerful and resonating. Duan Lingtian was surprised. The current Yi Xiaobei undoubtedly had a trace of an additional bearing in his eyes, although it was only faintly discernible. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was the bearing of a person in a high position. Looks like this Yi Xiaobei isn't simple. Right, a figure that's able to casually take out 10 million gold, how could he be an ordinary person? As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the Migres Peak disciples present all started pondering. Yeah, according to legend, demons that are capable of transforming into human form are all demon beasts that have stepped into the fourth void stage, the void transformation stage. If an existence at the void transformation stage wants to, then not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even if all the experts of the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom came out in full force, it would probably still not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Oh, I almost forgot about that. How could an existence at the void transformation stage possibly have such leisure? You're right. Through Yi Xiaobei's reminder, the group of Migres Peak disciples reacted. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei, then followed up to Wu Yongqian, who had a gloomy expression and was slightly impatient from waiting, and stepped onto the chain bridge to leave Migres Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed behind Wu Yongqian to arrive at the main peak, Dubhe Peak. They once again arrived at Migres Hall. Migres Hall's audience hall. The peak master, Wu Dao, stood in the audience hall with his back facing the outside of the audience hall. Foster father, Duan Lingtian has arrived. At the entrance of the audience hall, Wu Yongqian, who stood together with Duan Lingtian, spoke respectfully. Come in. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, Duan Lingtian followed behind Wu Yongqian to walk into the audience hall. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Wu Dao, and it could be considered to be a greeting. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Wu Dao's eyes flickered as he stared at Duan Lingtian and slowly spoke. I wonder why Peak Master has come looking for me. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point, and his eyes were calm and without splendor. Duan Lingtian, since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Wu Dao spoke frankly. That day, you defeated someone stronger than you and killed the former #1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Later on, you defeated someone stronger than you and defeated this useless foster son of mine, but you didn't cripple his arm. I'm extremely curious, exactly what method did you use to defeat someone stronger than you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with burning yearning. Although Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared on the way here. But when it was really time for Wu Dao to ask, slight fear still arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Looks like there's another person in the 7-star sword sect that coveted his things. The first person was none other than the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Now, there was another Wu Dao. He could disregard Zhao Lin. But this Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak. He played an important role in the 7-star sword sect and possessed extraordinary ability. He had no choice but to fear him. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that Wu Dao's gaze was currently focused on him, seeming to be observing the changes in his expression, wanting to know if he would lie. Duan Lingtian felt disdain towards this. Controlling the changes in his expression was extremely easy to him. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian fearlessly looked Wu Dao in the eye and smiled indifferently. Actually, this is my greatest secret. But, since Peak Master wants to know, then even if I say it, or even share it, it's nothing. Say it? Share it? Wu Dao's face revealed a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, looks like I really misjudged you the last time. Not bad, you're very sensible. So long as you're willing to share that ability, then even if we don't have the fate of being master and disciple, I'll surely take care of you in the 7-star sword sect in the future. The nearby Wu Yongqian's face sank when he heard Wu Dao, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned, and a wisp of jealousy and hatred appeared on his face. Then I'll thank Peak Master first. Duan Lingtian nodded and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Go ahead. Chapter 340. Congratulations on the birth of the first Alliance leader in this book. Thank you, Wine Sage. Under Wu Dao's incomparably anticipating gaze, Duan Lingtian slowly said, Peak Master, the reason I was able to defeat someone stronger as the weak was because an unusual change had occurred to my origin energy. Duan Lingtian had only just spoken up to hear when Wu Dao's breathing became hurried. What he wanted to know was precisely this. Even Wu Yongqian had a burning expression now. As far as he was concerned, if he was able to grasp this ability, then even if his accomplishments in the martial Dao were limited, he would still be able to defeat someone stronger as the weak. In the future, he might not be unable to become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak. Under the focused gazes of Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian, Duan Lingtian continued. My origin energy was originally no different than an ordinary martial artist's. But later on, when I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, I made a trip to the primeval forest and was fortunate enough to obtain a type of spirit fruit. An unknown type of spirit fruit. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried, and he had a burning expression. At that time, after I consumed that spirit fruit, an unusual change occurred to the origin energy in my body, and it actually started to tremble involuntarily. I've tested it before, so long as it's an opponent whose strength doesn't surpass the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, I'm able to defeat them by relying on the unusual origin energy. Duan Lingtian spoke excitedly. Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian's expressions became gloomy in tacit understanding. Spirit fruits could be chanced upon by luck, but not sought after. The fortuitous encounter of obtaining a spirit fruit was practically impossible to replicate. Wu Dao's fierce gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, seeming to want to discern from the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression if Duan Lingtian was lying. However, no matter how he observed, the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression weren't unnatural in the slightest. Could it be that what this Duan Lingtian said was true? Was it really because he consumed an unknown type of spirit fruit that caused his origin energy to undergo an unusual change? At that time, after my origin energy mutated, I just happened to encounter the provocation of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Thus, on the Migres Peak life and death arena, I relied on my mutated origin energy to kill them in a single move. Later on, the Fecta Peak 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Soaring, and the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shihao, were both defeated by me, and I relied on my mutated origin energy to kill them. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice Wu Dao's burning gaze as he continued to speak excitedly with a face full of excitement. Wu Yongqian's gaze on Duan Lingtian was filled with jealousy. Finally, the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at Wu Dao. Peak Master, I've told you everything now. I've shared everything with you. Are you satisfied? Can I leave now? No matter how much Duan Lingtian's expression changed, his heart was terrifyingly calm. Everything he said was just to brush off Wu Dao. As for whether Wu Dao believed him or not, that was not something he needed to worry about. Whoosh! Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a formidable imposing aura suddenly stretched out from Wu Dao's body and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. As if he utterly didn't notice Wu Dao's imposing aura, he had a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Dao shouted out explosively, and his voice contained extremely terrifying origin energy that pierced into Duan Lingtian's eardrums, shaking Duan Lingtian to the point his vital energy and blood roiled, and his face slightly flushed red. My patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance, tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for leaving you here forever. You ought to know that I have this ability. Wu Dao slowly spoke out, and his voice contained a threatening intent mixed within. Completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Only for the sake of obtaining Duan Lingtian's method of utilizing origin energy. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Dao and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Peak Master, what you want to know, I've said it extremely clearly earlier. But I wonder what you mean now. You think I'm deceiving you? Humph. Wu Dao's gloomy face seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice, emitting a ghastly coldness, and his gaze that flickered with killing intent descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll believe what you say? I'm the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak, and I've read through all the ancient books, yet I've never heard of a spirit fruit that's capable of causing origin energy to undergo a mutation. You actually dare speak without thinking in front of me? Do you think I'm unable to see through your lies? As he finished speaking, the aura on Wu Dao's body gradually became gloomy and cold. Faint origin energy had already started to blossom on Wu Dao's hand, and it became denser and denser. In the sky above Wu Dao, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes were slowly condensing into form, increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, it was a few thousand. Haha, Duan Lingtian started laughing when he heard Wu Dao, laughing without restraint. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian's face sank. This Duan Lingtian actually dared be so presumptuous in front of his foster father, the peak master of Migres Peak. He truly deserved death. But he knew his own limitations. He wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would surely make a move to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. What are you laughing at? Wu Dao's face was gloomy as he asked in a low voice. What am I laughing at? Finally, Duan Lingtian restrained his laughter, then sized Wu Dao up from top to bottom and slowly said, Peak Master, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Cloud Continent is so vast, do you dare say you know everything? Read through ancient books? I wonder what ancient books Peak Master has read. Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. Even the legendary expert, Emperor Wu, doesn't dare say he knows everything. Could it be that Peak Master thinks your knowledge can surpass an expert like Emperor Wu? As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Even the Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, didn't dare say he knew everything. This Peak Master of Migres Peak, a higher-up of a tiny imperial kingdom sect, also dared to boast like this? Simply naive, laughable. You! Even though Duan Lingtian's words were reasonable, it was undoubtedly an undisguised slap to Wu Dao's face, causing Wu Dao to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body raged and roiled restlessly. Duan Lingtian, do you know? Just based on these words of yours, I can directly kill you right now. Huh. When faced with the enraged Wu Dao, Duan Lingtian's face still remained carefree. Peak Master, your strength is shocking, and you're a void stage expert. Killing me is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. But, if you kill me today, I wonder what the Migres Peak disciples would think, what the 7-star sword sect disciples would think, and what the other Peak Masters, sect leaders, and even guardian elders would think. Humph. Even if I kill you today, who would know that it was me who killed you? Wu Dao grunted coldly with a face full of disdain. Peak Master, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Before I came here, many Migres Peak disciples knew that I crippled your foster son's arm, and they knew that your foster son brought me to see you. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he spoke indifferently. Wu Dao's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he frowned as he looked at Wu Yongqian who was beside him. Wu Yongqian nodded with a bitter smile, proving that what Duan Lingtian said wasn't false. Trash! Wu Dao glanced coldly at Wu Yongqian, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. If it was really like this, then he really didn't dare kill Duan Lingtian. He could disregard the Migres Peak disciples, and even the 7-star sword sect disciples. But once this matter was spread out, the sect leader would surely interfere. With the natural talent Duan Lingtian revealed now, practically everyone in the 7-star sword sect took him to be the hope of the sect. Even if it was the sect leader, perhaps he'd already started paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, needless to say, you're extremely intelligent, truly extremely intelligent. You actually know how to create momentum for yourself and make me hold back from taking action. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and he felt a wave of delight in his heart when he saw Wu Dao's unsightly expression. Wu Dao continued. But even if I can't kill you, but I presume it's understandable if I teach you a lesson. As he spoke up to hear, a wisp of gloominess appeared on Wu Dao's face. Peak Master, if you don't want to know the characteristics of the spirit fruit I consumed, then feel free to make a move against me. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change, and he glanced deeply at Wu Dao, as if victory was within his grasp. He knew clearly in his heart that everything Wu Dao did earlier was undoubtedly threatening him and probing him. Even if it was Wu Dao himself, he didn't dare be 100% sure that what he said earlier was a lie. Humph. So long as you speak, I'll let you leave safely. From today onwards, I won't make things difficult for you. Wu Dao was tempted as expected when he heard Duan Lingtian. What Duan Lingtian wanted was the first half of Wu Dao's words. As for the second half, he directly disregarded it. Could Wu Dao's promise be believed? That's a spirit fruit that's completely dark violet in color, and there are some small lumps on its surface, Duan Lingtian slowly described. Of course, the spirit fruit he described now wasn't a spirit fruit that was beneficial to a martial artist, but was instead a highly toxic spirit fruit that killed without leaving a trace. This type of spirit fruit was extremely rare, and it had always been loved by demon beasts that were extremely poisonous. Moreover, if one didn't recognize this type of spirit fruit, one would absolutely not know that it contained a highly toxic poison. Because the highly toxic poison within the spirit fruit was extremely rare, and even a silver needle was unable to detect it. There were many people that had seen this type of spirit fruit, but it was extremely rare for them to survive, and the reincarnation Emperor Wu was precisely one of them. Now, Duan Lingtian's original intention was to speak nonsense, because as far as he was concerned, it was very unlikely for this type of spirit fruit to exist in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He only wanted to give Wu Dao a thought. A thought that was impossible to realize. You can leave. After finding out what he wanted to know, Wu Dao glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Peak Master, farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded and left. Foster father, do you believe what he said earlier? After Duan Lingtian left, Wu Yongqian looked at Wu Dao and his brows knit together. I keep having the feeling that what this Duan Lingtian said can't be trusted. Humph. Wu Dao glanced coldly and indifferently at Wu Yongqian. Could it be that I can't discern it? Do I need you to teach me? Useless thing. I asked you to call him over and even made it known to everyone, allowing him to be fearless and seize the initiative. Wu Yongqian lowered his head, his body lightly trembled, and his eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian. I'm going to the primeval forest. Chapter 341. After leaving Migres Hall, Duan Lingtian returned to Migres Peak, and carefully arrived at the peak of the peak before returning to the stalactite cave. Even if the cultivation environment of the stalactite cave is compared to the 9 great spirit points in the Spirit Point grounds, it's still much better. Even if I've become an inner court disciple now, there's no need to look for a place to cultivate on Dubhe Peak. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, then sat on the stone platform and cultivated in meditation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python Form. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength could be said to be invincible under the nascent soul stage. But Duan Lingtian didn't dare relax. What he had to do now was to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian walked out of the stalactite cave after cultivating all the way until dawn of the next day, then he stood on the crooked tree and bathed in the morning mist before leaping up. When he left the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that at the same time these Migres Peak disciples greeted him, the gazes they looked at him with were slightly more reverence than before. What's going on? Is it because of the inner court disciple test yesterday? Duan Lingtian was still wondering when a familiar voice suddenly entered into his ears. Duan Lingtian. He Dong. Duan Lingtian looked at the person that arrived and lightly smiled. You're so early as well. The person that arrived was precisely He Dong. Now, He Dong ought to be the same as him, and was also preparing to head to the W Peak Inner Court Disciple registration area to receive the Inner Court Disciple attire. Before long, the two of them stepped onto the chain bridge together. Duan Ling Tian, I heard you crippled the arm of the Peak Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. Moreover, the Peak Master summoned you yesterday. The gaze He Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian became even stranger. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid all the Migres Peak disciples are completely convinced by you now. Crippling the arm of the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, and still being able to come out unscathed, you're absolutely the number one person on Migres Peak. He Dong gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up in heartfelt admiration. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he saw this. When he recalled the attitude of the group of Migres Peak disciples earlier, he came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of this matter. The trade hall was located at the peak of Dupi Peak. Duan Ling Tian's Duan Ling Tian saw master's disciples scattered everywhere, carrying out various transactions. As Duan Ling Tian's. A Ling Tian as Duan. 2. The gazes of some inner court disciples moved along with Duan Ling Tian and He Dong. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and He Dong walking towards the inner court disciple registration area, they came to a sudden understanding. Looks like these two people are the outer court disciples that passed the inner court disciple test yesterday. Suddenly, an inner court disciple seemed as if he'd discovered a new continent, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. This outer court disciple is so young, he looks to be a little over 20. Could it be that he's that Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian? As soon as this inner court disciple finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It set off an uproar in the crowd of inner court disciples. He's Duan Ling Tian. That outer court disciple Duan Ling Tian that's only 20 years old and has a cultivation that's stepped into the 8th level of the origin core stage. He's really as young as the rumors say. I never imagined that our 7-star sword sect would produce such an outstanding genius martial artist. His natural talent in the martial Dao is simply even more monstrous than the 5 great young masters. It's always been regretful that no one in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. Duan Ling Tian's appearance might cause the 5 great young masters to become 6 great young masters. 6 great young masters? I'm slightly anticipating it. However, although Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao isn't bad, his current strength is still limited. Perhaps he'll only be able to compete with the 5 great young masters after a few more years, or even compete with them. In next to no time, practically all the inner court disciples near the W Peaks Trade Hall knew that Duan Ling Tian had arrived. Many inner court disciples even fought to be the first to head towards the inner court registration area, as they wanted to see this genius disciple that gave rise to much discussion in the 7-star sword sect recently. At the side of the trade hall, 2 inner court disciples stood together. Presently, one of the inner court disciples' brows were knit together, his expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and his eyes emitted dense hatred. This scene was noticed by the other inner court disciple, and the inner court disciple asked curiously. Fan Jian, you have enmity with that Duan Ling Tian? Big brother Lu, that Duan Ling Tian didn't just humiliate me the last time, he even severed my finger. But unfortunately, he grew too quickly, and I'm not a match for him now. Otherwise, I'd surely teach him a good lesson. Fan Jian took a deep breath, and as he finished speaking, his tone contained slight helplessness. Fan Jian, we were friends before we entered the 7-star sword sect, and your family and my family are family friends. Your matter is my, Lu Shiji's, matter. Since that Duan Ling Tian offended you, then I'll stand up for you. The inner court disciple that spoke was a young man around the age of 28 or 29, and traces of gloominess flickered within his eyes. Thank you, big brother Lu. Fan Jian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he had a face full of joy. Duan Ling Tian and He Dong took their inner court disciple attire and were shocked when they walked out of the registration area. Presently, the registration area was surrounded by people. All of them were inner court disciples. He's Duan Ling Tian. So young. Oh my god. When I was his age, I seemed to only be at the second level of the origin core stage. Comparisons are odious. A figure that can compare with the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in natural talent in the martial Dao has finally appeared in our 7-star sword sect's younger generation. Just the natural talent Duan Tian has revealed so far has already completely surpassed the 5 great young masters. Duan Tian was astounded when he heard the group of inner court disciples whispering in discussion. Now, he understood that the reason these inner court disciples had surrounded here was because of him. Duan Tian felt extremely uncomfortable from being stared at by so many people, and he frowned before calling out to Hedong and walking out. Everywhere he passed, the inner court disciples opened up a path. Right when Duan Tian intended to leave. Stop! A cold and indifferent voice that contained origin energy sounded out like a thunderclap. In the next moment, Duan Tian, who'd stopped his footsteps, turned around and saw 2 inner court disciples walking towards him. He recognized one of them. It was precisely the inner court disciple, Fan Jian, that wanted to forcefully buy an infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse from the restaurant in Black Bamboo City that day. It's this Fan Jian again. Could it be that the lesson I taught him the other time wasn't enough? Duan Tian's face couldn't help but sink when he saw Fan Jian. 1 month ago, Fan Jian, who'd just returned to the 7-star sword sect, had humiliated him. Out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu, he'd only cut off an unimportant pinky of Fan Jian's as punishment. He originally thought that Fan Jian would take this as a warning, but now it would seem that his thinking was too simple. Fan Jian was just like his name. Despicable. Duan Tian was able to see that when Fan Jian and the inner court disciple by his side walked over, the group of inner court disciples had surrounded them to watch the show. Senior brother Lu Shigu has enmity with this Duan Tian? Probably not. According to my knowledge, Duan Tian swung his sword and cut off Fan Jian's pinky 1 month ago. Senior brother Lu Shigu probably wants to stand up for Fan Jian. I've long since heard that senior brother Lu Shigu and Fan Jian have an extremely good relationship. Looks like Duan Tian is going to be unlucky today. Yeah, although Duan Tian is an 8th level origin core stage martial artist, senior brother Lu Shigu is a 1st level nascent soul stage martial artist. The difference between the two of them is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Duan Tian knows the strange method of defeating a stronger opponent with a weaker opponent, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to surmount the chasm between him and senior brother Lu Shigu. The group of inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Lu Shigu. 1st level nascent soul stage. Duan Tian's gaze descended onto the inner court disciple by Fan Jian's side and his face sank. Stand up for Fan Jian. You're Duan Tian. Lu Shigu and Fan Jian walked over side by side and quickly arrived before Duan Tian. Lu Shigu's brows contained slight arrogance mixed within as he looked down condescendingly at Duan Tian and asked with a flat tone. However, in the next moment, his expression stiffened. Only because Duan Tian utterly didn't have the intention of paying attention to him, Fan Jian. Duan Tian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian and his face sank slightly. That day, I was willing to bury the hatchet with you out of respect for Elder Lu Qiu. What's the meaning of this today? What do I mean? With Duan Tian backing him up, Fan Jian was filled with confidence, and he glared angrily at Duan Tian as he sneered. Duan Tian, you crippled my finger 1 month ago, and I hate you in my heart. You still want me to bury the hatchet with you? Do you think it's possible? Do you think I, Fan Jian, am so magnanimous? Duan Tian's eyes narrowed into a line, and a cold light flashed within. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out, and what followed was a burst of awe-inspiring strong wind. Whoosh! A condensed origin energy palm print suddenly whistled over and flashed straight towards Duan Tian. This caused Duan Tian, who'd just become vigilant in his spiritual force, to be caught off guard. At the instant Duan Tian reacted, the origin energy palm print had already arrived before him. His face went pale, and he was utterly unable to dodge in time. Earthen Dragon Shield. He only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill and quake energy. A layer of defensive chi rose up on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, and the defensive chi started to intensely tremble at an extremely high frequency. Bang! The condensed origin energy palm print descended onto Duan Lingtian's chest, and a terrifying strength roared out. After a short moment, it shattered Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier that contained quake energy. Although half of the strength contained within the origin energy palm print was resisted by the defensive chi barrier and quake energy, the remaining strength still fiercely smashed onto Duan Lingtian's chest, causing Duan Lingtian's internal organs to tremble. Pooh! Duan Lingtian felt a wave of burning pain come from his chest, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he fiercely crashed onto the ground. Bang! Duan Lingtian's body landed on the ground, and he felt a wave of dizziness, and he only reacted after a short moment. Lu Shige. Duan Lingtian, whose face was ghastly pale, gazed at the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him that were gradually dispersing, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Chapter 342. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Including Duan Lingtian, no one had imagined that the inner court disciple Lu Shige, who was a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian, an 8th-level origin core stage inner court disciple that had just entered the inner court, heavily injuring Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian, are you alright? He Dong reacted to what had happened and his face went grim, then his figure flashed to arrive before Duan Lingtian as he asked with concern. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a grade 7 gold injury pill and consumed it, then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength, causing his injuries to recover slightly. He stood up with great difficulty, but his face was still pale like a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then his gaze descended onto Lu Shige who was by Fan Jian's side, and his gaze contained frightening rage mixed within. What? You're angry. Lu Shige started laughing, then walked in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and his gaze went cold. You, a kid that has just entered the inner court, actually arrogantly to the point of directly disregarding the question of me, an inner court senior brother. Today, I'll let you properly remember this. So as to prevent you from relying on your natural talent and thinking that everyone has to revolve around you. Lu Shige, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lu Shige, and a wisp of a cold and indifferent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and it set off the bruises on his face, causing him to seem incomparably evil. Exactly, I'm Lu Shige. Kid, I know your natural talent isn't bad, but since you've entered the inner court, you better be obedient before me, this inner court senior brother. Understand? Lu Shige had an arrogant expression. Suddenly, Lu Shige waved his hand, and his origin energy skyrocketed as he once again attacked Duan Lingtian. 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes once again condensed into form above Lu Shige. Whoosh. This time, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning as he was prepared. Sword drawing arts. Quake energy. It intended to block Lu Shige's palm strike that was swept out with origin energy raging within it. Petty tricks. In the next moment, Lu Shige's disdainful voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook as the web between his thumb and forefinger trembled. Lu Shige's palm strike that contained the strength of 200 ancient mammoths completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's quake energy as it slapped away the grade 7 spirit sword and once again imprinted onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Boom! A terrifying power gushed out and entered Duan Lingtian's body. As Duan Lingtian was sent flying again, he felt extreme pain, causing Duan Lingtian's consciousness to begin to blur. Before he fainted, Duan Lingtian heard two voices in his ears. Duan Lingtian. One of them was Hedong's voice. Stop! The other voice sounded familiar, but Duan Lingtian couldn't recall who it was. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian recovered his consciousness and opened his eyes, he noticed that he was lying on a soft bed. Ah! So painful. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of pain come from his chest. When he looked within himself, he noticed that the injuries of his internal organs had already completely recovered, and his shattered sternum had almost healed as well. A grade 7 gold injury pill doesn't have such medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. He who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara was extremely knowledgeable towards grade 7 gold injury pills. With his injuries, even if he consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, it would be impossible for him to recover to such an extent without a few months of time. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't think that he'd been lying there for a few months. It's a grade 6 great recovery pill. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a trace of medicinal strength that remained in his body, and it was the medicinal strength of a grade 6 great recovery pill. What's this place? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian sized up this tidy room. There weren't many decorations in the room, but there were all sorts of practical furniture. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Spirit point. This is a spirit point. Duan Lingtian noticed the rhythm of the origin energy in his body, and the feeling this place gave him was exactly the same as the feeling he had when he was in Mizar Hall and Migres Hall. Mizar Hall and Migres Hall were both located on the spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. The cultivation environment was extremely good. Lu Shirgu. As he recalled the scene before he lost consciousness, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a frightening cold light, and killing intent arose within his heart. Lu Shirgu relied on the fact that he was a first-level nascent soul stage martial artist to attack him twice, and the ruthlessness of his attacks caused one to shudder with fear. I'll return it to you double. Traces of coldness arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he made a ghastly vow. What exactly is this place? Suppressing the flames of rage in his heart, Duan Lingtian got off the bed and opened the door. You're awake. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out from nearby. Duan Lingtian looked over, and at the end of the right side of the corridor outside his room was a spacious pavilion, and a middle-aged man was standing with his back facing him. Although the middle-aged man didn't turn around, he seemed to be able to notice Duan Lingtian's movements. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian left his room and walked up the pavilion, then greeted the middle-aged man that had his back facing him. I heard Song say that you were injured by a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. You have enmity with him? The middle-aged man turned around and revealed his true appearance. It was precisely the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. And the place Duan Lingtian was currently at was precisely Mizar Hall, one of the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak. So it was senior brother Jing Song that saved me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He recalled it now. No wonder he felt that the other voice he heard before he fainted was slightly familiar. So it turned out that the owner of that voice was precisely the son of the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Song. I don't have enmity with him, but I have some conflict with another inner court disciple by his side. But after today, the enmity between me and him isn't shallow. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, traces of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ghastly sneer. He would make Lu Shirgu return double what Lu Shirgu gave him. Peak Master, it was you who gave me a grade 6 great recovery pill? Duan Lingtian, who calmed his feelings, looked at Jing Fan and asked. Jing Fan nodded. I noticed that your injuries weren't light, and if you only consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, even if you were able to recover completely, it would probably be a matter of a few months. So I gave you a grade 6 great recovery pill to allow your injuries to recover in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian will remember Peak Master's kindness in gifting me the pill. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Compared to the huge favor you've given me, a single grade 6 great recovery pill is nothing. Zheng Fan shook his head and smiled, then sat down at the nearby table and started fiddling with the tea set. You've been unconscious for a few hours as well and have just awoken. I presume your spirit is weak as well. Drink 2 cups of Soaring Cloud tea with me and recover your spirit as soon as possible. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Tian sat down and glanced at the horizon. Presently, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, and it was already noon. Zheng Fan poured a cup of Soaring Cloud tea for Duan Tian, then asked with a light smile. Duan Tian, what plans do you have in the future? Duan Tian sipped a mouthful of Soaring Cloud tea, and his spirit was refreshed as he slowly said, I don't have any specific plans for now. But in the future, I ought to head to the foreign lands to take a look. Foreign lands? Zheng Fan shuddered when he heard Duan Tian, and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Zheng Fan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Duan Tian, I truly never imagined that your ambition was so great. Even I haven't thought about the foreign lands for now. Supposedly, even an existence at the void initiation stage like me is nothing in the foreign lands. It's even to the extent that experts at the void interpretation stage can be seen everywhere. Supposedly, there are even many existences at the void transformation stage in the central area of the foreign lands. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. The experts in the foreign lands were as numerous as the clouds, and it also meant that every step was filled with killing intent. Without a certain level of strength, one would utterly not dare wander about the foreign lands. Peak Master, sometimes, if your goal is set slightly further, then you might be able to walk even further on the path of the martial Tao. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too late to realize that you're only a frog at the bottom of a well when you're at the end of your life? Duan Tian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't mind. In the eyes of others, perhaps the foreign lands was like a scourge or a ferocious beast. But in the eyes of Duan Tian, who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, it was instead an even vaster world, in the foreign lands. Void prying stage martial artists were everywhere, and void initiation stage martial artists were as numerous as dogs. If your goal is set slightly further, then you might be able to walk even further on the path of the martial Tao. A frog at the bottom of a well? Zheng Fan went silent when he heard Duan Tian. After a long time, Zheng Fan returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Tian and sighed with emotion. Duan Tian, I've still underestimated you. No wonder you possess such accomplishments at such an age. Your martial Tao will, your heart of an expert, even I, the Peak Master of the 7-star sword Sex Mizar Peak, am ashamed of my inferiority. I'm slightly anticipating now. What heights will you attain in another 10 years? I can be sure of one thing, your strength at that time will surely be stronger than me. Zheng Fan spoke very favorably of Duan Tian. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Tian smiled lightly, but his eyes revealed a wisp of confidence. In another 10 years? At that time, he might already be wandering in the foreign lands. After drinking a few cups of Soaring Cloud tea, Duan Tian stood up and lightly smiled to Zheng Fan. Peak Master, if you have other matters, then I'll be returning first. Please help me thank senior brother Zheng Song on his behalf. I, Duan Tian, will remember this favor. Zheng Fan nodded. Go on. Duan Tian turned around and borrowed force from the side of the pavilion to descend onto the vast platform outside Mizar Hall, and then his figure flashed out to flash off into the distance. Perhaps, my greatest accomplishment in this lifetime is being on good terms with this little fellow. Zheng Fan sighed as he gazed at the figure of Duan Tian. He only returned to his senses when Duan Tian's figure vanished before his eyes, and he shook his head and smiled. So long as he's able to grow up safely, then his future isn't something I can imagine. This good karma is even able to allow me to enjoy it for my entire lifetime. Many years later, Zheng Fan would realize it. Chapter 343. After Duan Tian left Mizar Hall, he headed down Dubhe Peak. His eyes seemed calm, but actually concealed killing intent. Lu Shi Go. Suddenly, Duan Tian's face went gloomy, as if it was covered in a layer of thin ice, and the cold air was oppressive. He deeply remembered this name in his heart. Although he could invite Lu Shige to battle on the life and death arena, and use offensive inscriptions to directly kill Lu Shige. But Duan Lingtian didn't want to do this. Inscriptions, in a certain sense, were equivalent to a cheating device. Using inscriptions to kill Lu Shige was easy, but it was difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. He wanted to use the strength that truly belonged to him to destroy Lu Shige's confidence, and make Lu Shige repent for his actions today. This was his pride. Crawl up from where he fell. This was a man, a true man. After Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Peak, he directly returned to Migres Peak, and carefully circled around for half an hour before returning to the stalactite cave at the side of the peak. Calmly cultivating. During these 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian cultivated in the stalactite cave. When he was hungry, he would directly roast meat to eat, and when he was full, he would continue cultivating, not giving up day or night. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. 2 months of time, it wasn't long, but it wasn't short either, and it passed just like that. 2 months later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave and spent a day to prepare everything that needed to be prepared before heading to Alcade Peak. Elder Bai. When Duan Lingtian went to look for Li Fei, Elder Bai just happened to be there as well. Scoundrel. When Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's voice, she walked out of the wooden house with a face full of joy. Elder Bai nodded to Duan Lingtian. Fei has told me everything that needs to be said. I want you to guarantee that when you return, Fei will be completely unharmed. Otherwise, I won't let you off. As she finished speaking, Elder Bai's gaze became fierce. Duan Lingtian did not get angry. He knew that Elder Bai was also concerned about Li Fei, so he smiled faintly. Rest assured, Elder Bai, you know the relationship between little Fei and me. Unless I die, I will not let her suffer any harm. Only then did Elder Bai nod her head in satisfaction before directly leaving. Scoundrel, don't mind Master's words. After Elder Bai left, Li Fei smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. Little Fei, is that how you look at your man? Not to mention that Elder Bai is your master. Just the words Elder Bai said earlier were because she was concerned about you. She's so good to you, I'm more than happy. Why would I mind? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Are you ready? Yes. Li Fei nodded excitedly, and when she thought of how she was about to leave the 7-Star Sword sect, she felt a wave of happiness in her heart. So we're leaving now. Do we need to inform senior sisters Waqing? Duan Lingtian asked. He'd come to Alcade Peak precisely for the sake of taking Li Fei and leaving with her. I've told senior sister. Li Fei lightly shook her head, then said, I wonder if little sister Kerr has returned yet. Let's go take a look at Alcade Hall. Alcade Hall, the cultivation place of the Alcade Peak's master on the main peak, Dubhe Peak. As the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's master, Kerr usually cultivated there. There's no need. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. I went to Dubhe Peak yesterday and went to Alcade Hall on the way. Kerr and her master haven't returned yet. I wonder where they went, they haven't returned after so long. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly worried. Noticing that Duan Lingtian was worried about Kerr, Li Fei consoled. Don't worry. According to Master, the peak master of our Alcade Peak is a void initiation stage expert, and with her by Kerr's side, nothing will happen to Kerr. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. With the protection of a void initiation stage expert, there were very few people in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were capable of threatening Kerr's safety. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei, then directly left Alcade Peak. As they walked on the chain bridge, Li Fei laughed. Scoundrel, I saw the gazes of the group of Alcade Peak sisters earlier as if they wished for nothing more than to eat you up. Besides that, many senior sisters used gazes of envy and jealousy to look at me. As she finished speaking, Li Fei seemed to be slightly complacent, and she held on to Duan Lingtian's arm as a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her face. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Little Fei, didn't you like to be jealous in the past? You're not jealous now. What's there to be jealous about? Li Fei laughed. There's nothing between you and them. Moreover, my man being so popular also shows that I have good taste. You have good taste? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he heard Li Fei. At that time, it seemed that it was I who took the initiative to pursue you, scoundrel. What did you say? Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian muttering to himself, and she stared at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. No. Nothing. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head, as he'd already felt Li Fei's hand on his waist. He didn't doubt in the slightest that if he dared speak carelessly, his waist would immediately suffer extreme devastation. After Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived at Dubhe Peak, they headed down the mountain. All along the way, the 7-star sword sect disciples that saw Duan Lingtian and Li Fei all looked at them with gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy. The male disciples were filled with envy and jealousy towards Duan Lingtian. The female disciples were instead filled with envy and jealousy towards Li Fei. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived at the stable near the entrance of the sect, and they intended to go get their horses. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had only just walked into the stable when a figure nimbly dashed over and stopped before Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. "MOU." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the outer court disciple that was similar in age to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, this is? MOU had an excited expression when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to remember him. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, and he was stunned for a moment before withdrawing his shocked gaze and didn't dare look any longer. He discerned that this was senior brother Duan Lingtian's woman. "This is my woman, you can call her senior sister Li Fei." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to MOU, then he introduced to Li Fei. "Little Fei, this is MOU, our Fergana horse. He's been taking care of it during this period of time. MOU, you haven't slacked off recently, right?" As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at MOU. "Don't worry senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've taken your and senior sister Li Fei's Fergana horse out for a walk practically every day this past month, and it's become much sturdier." MOU laughed mischievously. Li Fei lightly smiled at MOU, causing MOU to be stunned for a moment. When had he ever seen such an outstanding beauty? Only when Duan Lingtian lightly coughed did MOU come back to his senses. His face flushed red, and his shy appearance caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to be unable to refrain from laughing. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei saw their Fergana horse, and it was indeed much sturdier than before. The two of them flipped over and mounted their horses, nodding and smiling at MOU before riding off. Only an outstanding genius martial artist like senior brother Duan Lingtian is worthy of a drop-dead gorgeous beauty like senior sister Li Fei. MOU's gaze gradually became firm as he gazed at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's figures that galloped off into the distance, and he silently said to himself, "MOU, you have to work hard as well. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is the target you strive for. You don't have to be as outstanding as senior brother Duan Lingtian, but even if you're only half as outstanding as senior brother Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't have lived your life in vain." At this moment, MOU's martial Dao will was unprecedentedly tough. In the future, when MOU became successful and made a name for himself, the person he was most grateful to in his heart was still that senior brother Duan Lingtian that was like a bright lamp in the night that led the way for him. This was something that even Duan Lingtian himself didn't expect. He didn't do anything, yet he'd affected the life of an outer court disciple that acted as a cart driver within the 7-star sword sect. Whoosh! A figure that dashed like the wind was incomparably swift as it passed through the sect gate and flashed out. His target was the 2 Fergana horses that were galloping off in the distance. His target was obviously the people on the Fergana horses. Void prying stage expert. The 7-star sword sect disciple that guarded the sect gate looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed out in the sky above the figure that flashed out and was stunned. Isn't this the symbol of a first-level void prying stage expert? I've finally found a chance. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you escape from my grasp this time. The laughter of the person that dashed out was filled with excitement and willfulness. At the same time, nearby the Duppy Peak test platform. Whoosh! Another figure flashed out, and his target was the foot of Duppy Peak. In the sky above this figure, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, first level of the nascent soul stage. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an even swifter figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed the former and blocked the former's path. At the same time that this person dashed out, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Second level of the nascent soul stage. The former's figure stopped moving, and after he focused his eyes to look clearly at the person that blocked his path, his face sank. Jing Song, it's you again. I didn't fuss about it with you the last time when you took away that Duan Ling Tian, but why are you blocking my path today? Lu Shirgu, are you mistaken? How did I block your path? This is Dubhe Peak, the place of the 7-star sword sect, and not your home. I can walk however I like. What does it have to do with you? Jing Song looked at the person before him and smiled indifferently. Jing Song, must you make it difficult for me? Lu Shiji's face sank, as he knew clearly in his heart that this Jing Song had probably already known of his objective. Otherwise, Jing Song wouldn't block his path. He'd waited for 2 months and finally found such a good opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Now, his heart was filled with grievance when he saw it was about to be destroyed by Jing Song. At that time, when he humiliated that Duan Ling Tian, it was only for the sake of standing up for Fan Jian. Later on, with a quick thought, when he thought of Duan Ling Tian's peerlessly monstrous natural talent, the intention to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots was born in his heart. Since that time, he'd always been looking for an opportunity. Today, he'd finally received the news of Duan Ling Tian leaving the 7-star sword sect with great difficulty, and he didn't dare stay for a moment before flashing down Dubhe Peak, only for the sake of catching up to Duan Ling Tian and killing Duan Ling Tian to put an end to future troubles. Chapter 344. Make things difficult for you. Jing Song couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lu Shirgu, and he glanced indifferently at Lu Shirgu. Lu Shirgu, you seem to think too highly of yourself, right? You think you're worthy? Lu Shirgu took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the flames of rage in his heart. The person before him was far from something Duan Ling Tian could compare to, not to mention Jing Song's own strength was much stronger than him. On the other hand, Jing Song's father was the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak, and was an existence that he and the clan behind him couldn't afford to offend. Since you're not making things difficult for me, then it couldn't be any better. Lu Shiji's figure flashed, wanting to go around Jing Song and head down Dubhe Peak. Unexpectedly, Jing Song's figure flashed and followed him like a shadow, causing him to be unable to move an inch. Jing Song, don't go too far. Finally, Lu Shirgu couldn't endure it any longer, and his eyes squinted as he glared angrily at Jing Song. He wasn't willing to miss the opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian this time. Once he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to find such a good opportunity next time. With Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, when Duan Ling Tian matured in the future, surpassing him was only a matter of time. He could imagine that once Duan Ling Tian matured to surpass him, Duan Ling Tian would surely look for him to take revenge. At that time, he would be completely in a passive position. So, he must kill Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian matured, because only in this way would he be able to eliminate all future troubles and allow himself to have no worries. What? Lu Shirgu, you still want to fight me? Jing Song's eyes squinted as he stared at Lu Shirgu with a spurious smile, and he had a calm expression. From the beginning until the end, he seemed as if he utterly didn't take Lu Shirgu seriously. Jing Song, Lu Shirgu, will remember what happened today. When he realized that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Ling Tian and eliminate him by the roots, Lu Shirgu gritted his teeth and left behind a ruthless sentence before turning around and heading up Dubhe Peak. The corners of Jing Song's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain as he gazed at Lu Shiji's figure that disappeared into the distance. Outside the 7-star sword sect, in the direction of Black Bamboo City. Whoosh! The figure that ran like the wind seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as it swept towards the two Fergana horses that were running at full speed in the distance. This person that was swiftly moving forward was a middle-aged man, and as he dashed forward, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him. His cultivation was on the verge of being revealed. The first level of the void prying stage. Seeing the two Fergana horses drawing closer and closer, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a complacent smile as a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. The muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll is mine. However, in the next moment, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze. This was because an even faster gust of wind had reached his ears. Before he could react, he discovered a figure had passed him in the blink of an eye. The figure stopped and stood in the distance. Although the middle-aged man was shocked by this person's cultivation, he had no intention of paying attention to him. His figure flashed as he prepared to go around this person. Zhao Lin. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap mixed with thick origin energy pierced into Zhao Lin's ears, causing the vital energy and blood in Zhao Lin's body to roil, and he didn't dare continue dashing forward. After Zhao Lin stopped, he took a deep breath, and only then did he ease up the shaking of his internal organs slightly. Zhao Lin looked at the person that had his back facing him in astonishment. Who are you? Finally, the person that had his back facing Zhao Lin slowly turned around and revealed his true appearance. It's you. Zhao Lin's face went grim when he saw the lineup of the people that had arrived, as he never imagined that the person that stopped him would be this person. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. Peak Master Jing Fan, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Lin's face sank, and his words contained a questioning tone mixed within. Zhao Lin, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan. Elder Zhao Lin, please return. Jing Fan glanced at Zhao Lin calmly as he slowly spoke. Jing Fan, you're insisting on interfering in my matters? Zhao Lin looked at Jing Fan and directly called out his name. A fierce light flickered within his eyes as he said in a low voice. Jing Fan, don't forget who my grandfather is. Haha, Jing Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm extremely curious. You dare tell Elder Ming about your current actions? You! Zhao Lin's face went grim, as if Jing Fan had grabbed onto his sore spot, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. Elder Zhao Lin, please. Jing Fan glanced at the direction of Dubhe Peak and slowly spoke. Zhao Lin's gaze shot into the distance, and the two Fergana horses had already completely vanished from his field of vision. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, not to mention Jing Fan interfering in this matter, even if Jing Fan didn't exist, he might not be able to catch up to his target. Humph. Zhao Lin coldly swept Jing Fan with his gaze, then turned around and headed towards the direction of the seven-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Jing Fan followed up, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. His thoughts seemed to have returned to yesterday. Peak Master, I have something I need your help with. Speak, so long as it's within my ability, I'll absolutely not refuse. I intend to leave the seven-star sword sect tomorrow, but I'm worried that someone will harm me, so I hope that Peak Master can help me leave safely. Duan Ling Tian owes Peak Master's favor. It's only a small matter, I promise you. Thank you, Peak Master. Flowing lights flashed within Jing Fan's eyes, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. How exactly did that little fellow offend Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage outer court elder, and he didn't take him seriously. However, even if he'd already broken through to the void initiation stage now, he still felt reverence and fear towards the person behind Zhao Lin. Giddy up! Giddy up! Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei spurred the Fergana horses to travel side by side, and they quickly arrived at Black Bamboo City and converged with Xiong Quan. After changing into casual clothes, they prepared to head to the Solitary Peak. The Solitary Peak was extremely far away from the seven-star sword sect. This time, Duan Ling Tian had made preparations to go on a long journey. According to what Xiong Quan said, it would take almost 5 months to depart from here and arrive at the solitary peak. In other words, a round trip would take almost a year's time. Of course, this was only Xiong Quan's estimation of the time. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spurred their horses to gallop madly, eating wind and drinking dew all along the way, it had only been almost 4 months when they arrived near the solitary peak. Xiong Quan, how far is the solitary peak from here? After traveling for 4 months, Duan Lingtian's entire body was covered in dust, and slight exhaustion was mixed between his brows. During these past 4 months, he hadn't rested properly. He cultivated as he traveled. When the Fergana horse galloped, not only was its speed swift, it was extremely steady. So, while they traveled, it didn't affect Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Young master, we're almost there, at most we'll be able to travel for another half a day. Xiong Quan glanced at the surroundings as he spoke slowly. Although Xiong Quan had traveled for 4 months as well, he was still in high spirits. This was completely different from Duan Lingtian. Of course, all of this was because Xiong Quan's cultivation was profound. Moreover, during the journey, Xiong Quan's cultivation that had already recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage had broken through once more, and he'd officially stepped into the ranks of the 7th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian nodded, then looked at Li Fei who was beside him and said with a light smile, "Little Fei, endure a little longer. We'll be able to rest very soon." "Scoundrel, I'm fine." Li Fei nodded with a strong expression, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to ache slightly, and he even slightly regretted bringing Li Fei along. During these past 4 months, although the bandits they encountered on the way were all killed by Xiong Quan, and they didn't have to worry about it. But because of the lack of rest, the accumulation of fatigue over a long period of time had caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to be both physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, Li Fei's cultivation had broken through on the way, otherwise, she might not have been able to persist until now. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through, and Duan Lingtian's cultivation had broken through as well. All along the way, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage after traveling day and night and cultivating without stopping. Even if I don't use a spirit weapon now, my strength is comparable to the strength of 121 ancient mammoths, and I'm already stronger than an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist. An ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist only has the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. At the same time that they continued on their way, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Besides that, along with my breakthrough to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy broke through once more. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy has increased to the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of excitement. However, the current me is still inferior to that Lu Shige. In next to no time, the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face vanished without a trace, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. Lu Shige. A first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Exerting his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. If he were to utilize a spirit sword, his strength would be even stronger. "Scoundrel, what are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Li Fei's pleasant voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. "It's nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and the icy coldness in his eyes instantly vanished without a trace. He didn't tell Li Fei about the matter of Li Fei, as he was afraid that Li Fei would be worried. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 hurried on for another half a day. Only when the sun set in the west did they see the precipitous mountain peak in the distance that was like a pillar that held up the sky. This mountain peak shot straight into the clouds, and with a glance, it caused one to be unable to refrain from being shocked. "Young master, that mountain peak is the Hermit Peak," Xiong Quan said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze slightly moved down to descend into the distance. In the distance, a vast, majestic, and ancient city rose from the ground in the desert, and it was like an enormous beast that lay dormant there, causing one's heart to be awed. "Xiong Quan, what city is this?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Li Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved, and her gaze descended onto the distant ancient city along with Xiong Quan. Young master, this is the ancient city of Everlast. Chapter 345. Ancient City of Everlast. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as he gazed at the endless stream of carriages outside the ancient city, and he asked curiously. I see that this ancient city is rather bustling, is there anything special about it? An ancient city that stood in the middle of a desert, an ancient city that was close to the solitary peak, was actually able to attract so many merchant groups, and this caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be filled with curiosity. Young master, the ancient city of Everlast can be said to be the largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Within this city, all the businesses are born for the sake of profit. Unlike ordinary cities, there aren't houses that are specially provided for people to stay in. If one isn't doing business here, then one can only stay in the inns within the city if one wants to stay here. Xiong Quan continued. The largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was slightly in disbelief. How could a city that stood in this godforsaken place have such a great background? Young master, there's a saying that has always been circulated in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If you want to obtain something you want, then if the ancient city of Everlast doesn't have it, then it's even more impossible to encounter it anywhere else in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Xiong Quan spoke slowly. Hearing you say this, I'm interested in this city. Tonight, we'll find an inn here to stay for the night and properly experience the local conditions and customs of this city, then we'll go to the solitary peak another day. Since they'd finally come out, Duan Lingtian intended to bring Li Fei to properly take a stroll around the city, as he couldn't directly return after finishing what he had to do. In that way, it would be too uninteresting. Li Fei's beautiful eyes shone when she heard Duan Lingtian, and just like Duan Lingtian, she was filled with curiosity and yearning towards this ancient city. Young master. When they were about to enter the ancient city, Xiong Quan reminded Duan Lingtian. Experts are as numerous as the clouds in the ancient city of Everlast. Even an inconspicuous passerby is extremely likely to be a void stage expert. Coupled with the fact that this place is far away, and it's a no-man's land, and bloody slaughters frequently occur here. Martial artists without a certain strength can only tuck their tails between their legs in the ancient city of everlasting desolation, as they are afraid of getting into trouble. Duan Lingtian nodded, his expression turning solemn. This ancient city of Everlast couldn't be viewed with the same gaze as an ordinary city. When they were near the ancient city of Everlast, Li Fei took out her veil and put it on before entering the ancient city with Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. As soon as they entered the ancient city, they could feel a strong aura of the market. On the main road of the ancient city, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. It was very lively. Many stalls were set up on both sides of the road. These stalls were either selling medicinal pills, spirit artifacts, or all sorts of materials. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men among the stall owners. Duan Lingtian urged his horse forward as he extended his spiritual power. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. His gaze fell on the owner of a nearby roadside stall. This was an old man with a hunched back, and he was standing behind the stall and bargaining with someone. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to confirm that this old man with a hunched back was a void prying stage martial artist, and his strength ought to be at the second level of the void prying stage. Looks like what Xiong Quan said earlier wasn't false in the slightest. Any random passerby in the ancient city of everlasting desolation might be a void stage expert. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and became slightly vigilant. Scoundrel, how about we stay in that inn? Look, there's even a restaurant opposite the inn. When they passed by a corner, the gaze of the sharp-eyed Li Fei abruptly shone as she looked towards the distance. Duan Lingtian followed along Li Fei's gaze when he heard this. An ancient-looking inn appeared before his eyes. Beside the inn was a restaurant that silently stood there for a long time. This restaurant was extremely special, quiet and elegant. The first floor of the restaurant was empty, and it was filled with various plants that were placed in a ring shape, causing one to feel extremely comfortable when looking at it. At the center of these plants was the staircase that led to the second floor. The structure of this restaurant caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to light up. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward and brought along Li Fei and Xiong Quan to quickly pass by the restaurant. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw the signboard of this restaurant with a single glance. Scoundrel, this restaurant is so quiet. Li Fei glanced at the second floor of the restaurant in surprise. There were many customers sitting on the second floor, either sipping tea, drinking wine, eating, or chatting. But all of them intentionally lowered their voices and didn't affect the others. Such an atmosphere appearing in a restaurant caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but reveal a surprised expression. It really is a strange restaurant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then looked at the inn opposite the restaurant. Let's stay in this inn first, then we'll come out to eat. Xian Qi Inn. Duan Lingtian glanced at the inn signboard, then spurred his horse forward and arrived at the entrance of the inn. Immediately, 3 of the manservants standing in a row at the entrance of the inn came forward and respectfully took the reins of the Fergana horse from Duan Lingtian and the other 2, then led the Fergana horse down. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 walked into the inn, and the counter of the inn was right in front of them. Behind the counter stood a woman around the age of 27 or 28. When Duan Lingtian saw the woman for the first time, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Only when Li Fei's hand twisted around his waist did he return to his senses. Although this woman's appearance wasn't comparable to Li Fei's, it wasn't much worse. But for some reason, there seemed to be a trace of charm between the woman's brows, causing people to easily get lost in it. Charm technique? After Duan Lingtian awoke from his stupor, his mood surged. Within the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were records of charm techniques. Charm techniques were a cultivation technique that women cultivated. Once it was cultivated to the mastery stage, it was capable of causing men to get lost in it and be at their mercy. Amongst Duan Lingtian and the other 2, only Duan Lingtian was affected by the charm technique of the woman behind the counter. Xiong Quan's cultivation was profound, his gaze was clear, and he remained unmoved. As for Li Fei, she was a woman herself, so she naturally wouldn't be charmed by a woman. Innkeeper. Duan Lingtian understood that this woman ought to be the innkeeper of this Xian Qi Inn, so he came before the counter and called out. But the woman that was leaning on the counter and holding her fragrant cheeks seemed as if she hadn't heard Duan Lingtian at all, and her pair of eyes that were like jade waves stared straight outside the inn. Duan Lingtian followed the woman's gaze and looked over. He noticed that the woman's gaze had descended onto a slovenly young man by the window on the second floor of the opposite inn. This slovenly young man was around 30 years old, his face was covered in stubble, and his hair was carelessly draped over his shoulders. He was slovenly in appearance, and he held a wine gourd in his hand as he leaned against the window and drank wine. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the slovenly young man seemed to have noticed his gaze, and the young man turned around and nodded with a smile towards Duan Lingtian. Although the slovenly young man turned around right away, Duan Lingtian still saw his appearance clearly. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes. His square face that was covered in stubble was filled with vitality, and his pair of eyes that contained the vicissitudes of life seemed to be telling of the countless vicissitudes he'd experienced in the past. This is a person with a story. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have this thought in his heart. Alas! He's unwilling to look at me in the end. Suddenly, a sigh sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Only now did he notice that the beautiful innkeeper behind the counter had already recovered from her shock and was muttering to herself. Him. Duan Lingtian had a strange look in his eyes. The him that the beautiful innkeeper was talking about couldn't be the slovenly young man drinking on the second floor of the opposite restaurant, right? The 3 of you want to stay? Finally, the beautiful innkeeper raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 as she asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How many rooms do you want? The beautiful innkeeper asked. 2. Duan Lingtian said. Soon, the beautiful innkeeper took out 2 keys and handed them to Duan Lingtian. Sky Room 1, Sky Room 2. The room fee is waived. You can stay as long as you want. When Duan Ling Tian received the keys and heard the beautiful innkeeper's words, he was completely stunned. The room fee was waived? Could it be that being handsome can waive the room fee? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Why? While Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze, Li Fei looked at the beautiful innkeeper and asked with a curious look. The beautiful innkeeper glanced at Li Fei, her jade-like eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. Little girl, when I look at you, it's as if I'm looking at myself in the past. As for why you're waiving the room fee, it's because he looked at your man and smiled at him. The beautiful innkeeper's words made Duan Ling Tian come back to his senses. It turned out that this beautiful innkeeper didn't waive the room fee because of his looks. Him. When Li Fei heard the beautiful innkeeper's words, she was somewhat puzzled. She had no idea what the beautiful innkeeper was talking about. That's right, it's him. An enchanting smile appeared on the beautiful manager's face. He rarely smiles at others. Since he smiled at your man, it means that your man is different from the rest. Anyone who can make him smile can stay in my inn for free, no matter how long. The beautiful innkeeper's words caused Li Fei to be even more bewildered. Now, probably only Duan Ling Tian was able to understand the meaning behind the beautiful innkeeper's words. Because only he saw the slovenly young man in the restaurant opposite the inn earlier, and only he saw the slovenly young man smile at him. Looks like the beautiful innkeeper of this Xian Qi Inn is secretly in love with that slovenly young man, and that slovenly young man ought to be aware of it as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only glanced at me and smiled at me before turning around. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian guessed many things. Duan Ling Tian thanked the beautiful innkeeper before passing the key in his hand to Xiong Quan, then he brought along Li Fei and stepped onto the stairs of the inn. Duan Ling Tian slightly turned his head, and he could see that the beautiful innkeeper was continuing to steal glances at the slovenly young man. I never imagined that I would be able to encounter such an interesting matter as soon as I arrived at the ancient city of Everlast. Chapter 346. Scoundrel, what's so interesting? Do you know something? Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, and a trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes as she asked slowly. I'll tell you when we get back to the room. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously, took Li Fei's hand, and found the heaven room number 1. He opened the door and went in, and locked the door behind him. Scoundrel. Li Fei was about to continue asking, but she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes revealing a hungry wolf's gaze. She suddenly seemed to realize something, and her delicate body trembled, and her pretty face flushed. Duan Lingtian pounced on Li Fei like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. After a while of entanglement, Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression on her face, and quietly lay on the bed with a satisfied smile on his face. Scoundrel, you haven't told me what you found just now. Li Fei leaned on Duan Lingtian's strong shoulder and asked curiously. Obviously, Li Fei was very interested in the matter of the beautiful shopkeeper. Duan Lingtian smiled and told Li Fei his discovery one by one, and then asked, Isn't it interesting? It can't be, right? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was absent-minded for a moment, and muttered, that shopkeeper was so outstanding just now, but she actually fell for a sloppy, slovenly drunkard? That drunkard is really a blessing from 3 lifetimes. And, the most annoying thing is that the drunkard actually didn't appreciate it. Li Fei was a little angry as she spoke, and she felt injustice for the beautiful shopkeeper. This made Duan Lingtian speechless for a while. He really couldn't understand a woman's thoughts. In his opinion. So what if that sloppy young man was a drunkard? He still had the right to choose. If you like someone, you like them. If you don't like them, you don't like them. It wasn't something that could be influenced by a beautiful appearance. After resting for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Duan Lingtian patted Li Fei's perky butt and said, Little Fei, get up and put on your clothes. Let's go to the restaurant across the street to eat and then stroll around the ancient city of Everlast's night market. After being slapped by Duan Lingtian, Li Fei's pretty face turned red and her eyes blurred. Only after she put on her clothes and put on her veil did she manage to hide the redness on her face. At this time, Duan Lingtian also finished putting on his clothes. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei out of the door and called out to Xiong Quan. The three of them then left the inn. Before leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian noticed that the beautiful shopkeeper was still leaning against the counter, looking at the restaurant across the street. Could it be, when Duan Lingtian walked out of the inn and looked up, he found that the sloppy young man was still leaning against the window and drinking? Humph! Li Fei noticed the sloppy young man as well, and she grunted in a low voice, seeming to be extremely displeased with the sloppy young man. Let's go. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then he held Li Fei's hand and brought Xiong Quan along to walk into the Eternal Jade restaurant before them. They stepped onto the stairs that were surrounded by verdant plants and walked up to the second floor of the restaurant. Even though there were many people eating on the second floor of the restaurant, it seemed to be extremely quiet. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had only just sat down when a beautiful young woman whose appearance wasn't inferior to the beautiful manager of Xian Qian and whose age was similar to the beautiful manager of Xian Qian walked over and lightly smiled as she asked Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. "Guests, what would you like to eat?" Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that after the young woman appeared, the originally calm gaze of the sloppy young man that was leaning against the window suddenly lit up and descended onto the young woman. At this moment, it seemed as if only this young woman remained in the world of the sloppy young man's eyes, and there was nothing else. Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with this sort of gaze, and it would only appear when facing the person he loved. Looks like this sloppy young man likes this young woman. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Could it be that this is the legendary love triangle? Big sister, are you the shopkeeper of this restaurant? Li Fei looked at the young woman and blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked curiously. Sort of. The young woman lightly smiled as she nodded. Sort of. Li Fei was stunned and didn't understand the meaning behind the young woman's words. The young woman continued. This restaurant was opened by me and my manager. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he was able to notice that when the young woman spoke the words manager, her gaze couldn't help but dim slightly, and it contained traces of an indescribable feeling mixed within, and she was extremely unconfident. Duan Lingtian was bewildered. This young woman seemed to be extremely unconfident when mentioning her husband. It was slightly strange. So that's how it is. Li Fei smiled. She'd noticed the lack of confidence in the young woman's eyes as well, but she didn't ask any further. After all, every family had its own difficulties. Suddenly, as if she'd thought of something, Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she looked at the sloppy young man that was drinking wine before the window, and then she slowly said to the young woman, "Big sister, why does your restaurant allow everyone to come up? This sloppy drunkard seems to have stayed in your restaurant for a long time, right? Doesn't it affect the business of your restaurant? Do you want us to help you drive him away?" As she finished speaking, Li Fei's eyes contained traces of excitement mixed within. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like Li Fei was still unable to let go of the matter of the sloppy young man ignoring the female shopkeeper of the restaurant. The beautiful shopkeeper of the restaurant that stood before Duan Lingtian and Li Fei was stunned when she heard Li Fei, and then she couldn't help but laugh. Her laugh was extremely beautiful. "Big sister, what are you laughing at?" Seeing the female shopkeeper of the restaurant suddenly laugh, Li Fei's beautiful eyes contained a trace of puzzlement. "Young miss, he's the owner of my restaurant." The female shopkeeper shook her head and smiled as she spoke slowly. "Ah!" The female shopkeeper's words not only caused Li Fei to be stunned, even Duan Lingtian was stunned. That sloppy young man was the husband of this restaurant's female shopkeeper? That husband that could cause her to have a lack of confidence? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Could it be that the ways of the world had changed? Such a beautiful female shopkeeper of a restaurant actually had a lack of confidence when mentioning that sloppy husband? Little brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded by Duan Lingtian's ear, and it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change. His gaze focused, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that unknowingly, the sloppy young man was standing beside the female shopkeeper of the restaurant and lightly smiled at him. We meet again. Yeah, we meet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his heartbeat sped up slightly. When did this sloppy young man appear before the female shopkeeper of the restaurant? With his acute spiritual force, he actually didn't notice in the slightest. Young master, he's not simple. Right at this moment, Xiong Quan's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. Xiong Quan's voice obviously contained slight fear mixed within. Actually, even if Xiong Quan didn't remind him, Duan Lingtian had noticed that this sloppy young man wasn't simple. This sloppy young man seemed to be sloppy and slovenly, but he was actually an extremely particular person. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't carefully observe the sloppy young man, so he didn't notice. But now, Duan Lingtian was able to discern this from the smooth appearance of the sloppy young man. So it turned out that the sloppy and slovenly appearance of the other party was only a disguise. You know each other? The female shopkeeper of the restaurant had a dumbstruck expression when she saw Duan Lingtian greet her husband. The sloppy young man stretched out his hand and held onto the slender hand of the female shopkeeper, and he held it tightly before saying with a light smile, I saw him enter Xian Qi's inn earlier, Xian Qi. Suddenly, the delicate figure of the female shopkeeper trembled. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, he was able to notice that when she heard the two words Xian Qi from the mouth of the sloppy young man, the female shopkeeper was obviously slightly moved. Moreover, at that moment, the lack of confidence on the female shopkeeper was even more obvious. Xian Qi. Could it be that this is the name of the female shopkeeper of the inn? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. It seemed that the couple in front of him knew the female owner of the inn. Duan Lingtian's train of thought gradually became clear. The female shopkeeper of the inn obviously liked this sloppy young man. As for the sloppy young man, he was the husband of the female innkeeper of the restaurant. Moreover, it was obvious that he only had the female innkeeper in his heart. This could be seen from his disregard for the female innkeeper and his pity for the female innkeeper. However, even though the sloppy young man's heart was with the female shopkeeper of the inn, the female shopkeeper of the inn seemed to be extremely lacking in confidence. This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to figure out no matter what. It was too complicated. Logically speaking, the female shopkeeper of the inn wasn't confident, and it was completely unnecessary. Because her husband's heart was completely with her, and besides her, there was no one else. Perhaps, there's another reason. Duan Lingtian could only think like this. The sloppy young man lightly squeezed his wife's palm, then looked at Li Fei and changed the topic. Young miss, you were asking my wife if she needed you to help her drive me away earlier, right? Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red under the veil, and she didn't know what to say for a time. Actually, when she found out early on that the sloppy young man was the husband of the female shopkeeper of the inn, she knew that she'd misunderstood the sloppy young man. It wasn't that the sloppy young man looked down on the female shopkeeper of the inn, but he already had a wife. It's all a misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian smoothed things over for Li Fei, and he lightly smiled to the sloppy young man and the female shopkeeper of the inn. May I know how I should address you, big brother and sister-in-law? He helped to change the topic. This sloppy young man was unfathomable, and it caused fear to arise in his heart. When the sloppy young man heard Duan Lingtian, he glanced at the female shopkeeper of the inn, and he seemed to be seeking her opinion. The female shopkeeper of the inn lightly nodded. Little brother, I'm Zhang Shouyong, and this is my wife, Wang Qiong. The sloppy young man nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he didn't fuss about what Li Fei had said earlier, and he was extremely magnanimous. So it's big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I'm Duan Lingtian, and this is my fiancée, Li Fei. I hope Big Brother Zhang and sister-in-law can forgive me for offending you earlier. Brother Ling Tian, you must be joking. It's only a small matter, and as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Chapter 347. The manager and wife of the Eternal Jade restaurant were both easygoing people, so they only smiled and didn't take Li Fei's rudeness to heart. Brother Ling Tian, what are you and little sister Li Fei eating? Wang Qiong looked at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she asked with a light smile. Sister-in-law, serve the dishes to us. We don't have anything we don't eat. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. All right. Wang Qiong nodded with a smile before turning around and preparing to leave. As for Zhang Shouyong, he nodded to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei before returning to the window and leaning against the window as he drank wine from his wine gourd. The wine gourd in his hand was like a bottomless pit, and the wine within it could never be finished. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If it wasn't for him seeing through Zhang Shouyong's disguise now, perhaps he would really think that this slovenly young man was only an alcoholic. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Fei who was beside him, and when he recalled the scene of Li Fei targeting Zhang Shouyong earlier, he couldn't help but laugh. Scoundrel, you're still laughing. When Li Fei saw Duan Ling Tian staring at her and laughing, how could she not know what Duan Ling Tian was laughing about, and she instantly felt slightly embarrassed. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and stopped teasing this little girl. Li Fei's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked curiously. Scoundrel, where do you think this big brother Zhang's charm comes from? He already has a beautiful wife at home, and there's even a beautiful manager that likes him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Since ancient times, love is undoubtedly the most complicated thing. Who can clearly explain the matters of love? Scoundrel, I noticed that big sister Wang Qiong seems to be slightly unconfident before big brother Zhang. Have you noticed? Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I've noticed. Scoundrel, do you want to know why? Li Fei's eyes were filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to know more about the relationship between the owner and his wife. This made Duan Ling Tian smile. This little girl was actually so curious. However, Duan Ling Tian asked himself, and his heart was undoubtedly filled with curiosity. Why? Do you have a way to find out? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously when he saw the glint in Li Fei's eyes. Li Fei smiled mysteriously. For the time being, she had no intention of telling Duan Ling Tian. This made Duan Ling Tian gnash his teeth in hatred. He really wanted to punish Li Fei on the spot. Soon, the dishes were served. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat with us. Duan Ling Tian gestured for Xiong Quan to sit down. Xiong Quan had been eating and drinking with him the entire time. For the past 4 months, he hadn't had a decent meal. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down respectfully. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li Fei had only eaten a few mouthfuls before leaving her seat and walking towards the female owner. Big sister Wang Qiong, let me help you. Now, Duan Ling Tian understood Li Fei's intentions. Looks like Li Fei wanted to use this opportunity to probe Wang Qiong's intentions. This restaurant looks pretty good. Let's have dinner here tonight. Suddenly, a wave of clamorous voices sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. In next to no time, he could see a few middle-aged men talking and laughing loudly as they walked up to the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Their clamorous voices broke the silence of the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Ling Tian frowned. The other customers that were eating on the second floor of the restaurant frowned as well, and their faces were filled with displeasure. This restaurant is rather quiet. The surprised voice of one of the middle-aged men was like a clap of thunder in the quiet second floor. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Loud clamoring is prohibited in the Eternal Jade restaurant. Customers, if you're unable to do this, then please leave. When he heard this voice, Duan Lingtian looked towards the slovenly young man that was leaning against the window. Presently, it was precisely this special restaurant's manager, Zhang Shouyong, who was speaking. The few middle-aged men were stunned for a moment when their voices were suppressed by Zhang Shouyong. In next to no time, they recovered from their shock and walked over in large strides before surrounding Zhang Shouyong by the window. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. "A rotten drunkard like you dares to teach me a lesson? Let me tell you, I've always been so casual when I go to restaurants. When did a drunkard dare be so arrogant? You're simply courting death. Rotten drunkard, say that again if you have the guts. See if I don't throw you out." The other middle-aged men looked at Zhang Shouyong and revealed crazy smiles on their faces. Finally, Zhang Shouyong, who'd been drinking with his head lowered, moved. "Eternal Jade Restaurant. You're not welcome." Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly, and after he finished speaking, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then lightly shook his head, seeming exactly like a rotten drunkard. "These fellows are going to be out of luck." Duan Lingtian sat in the distance and just happened to see a trace of fierceness flash within Zhang Shouyong's calm eyes, and his heart slightly jerked. Haha, hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, the few middle-aged men started laughing loudly, and after laughing, they wanted to mock him once more. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart sounded out. In the next moment, before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the few middle-aged men emitted shrill cries, and it was as if they'd flown out of the window. Bang! 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 Outside the window, a wave of oppressive sounds of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded out, accompanied by a wave of shrill cries. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely Zhang Shouyong who'd made a move earlier. But he only heard the ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart when Zhang Shouyong made a move, and he didn't see Zhang Shouyong make any movements. It was even to the extent that the silhouette that condensed above Zhang Shouyong flashed and vanished swiftly, causing it to be difficult for his eyes to catch a glimpse of it. "Xiong Quan, did you see him make a move clearly?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and asked with a low voice. Xiong Quan nodded with a serious expression, and after a short moment, he said, "His speed was extremely swift. I didn't see the silhouette that flashed in the sky above him clearly as well. But I can be sure of one thing. He's stronger than me." Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he heard Xiong Quan. Before Zhang Shouyong, even Xiong Quan felt inferior. After all, since the origin restriction goo within Xiong Quan's body was removed, not only had he recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, his cultivation had even broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage now. Didn't that mean that Zhang Shouyong's strength was still at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above? It was difficult for him to imagine. A young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stretched out his acute spiritual force, wanting to rely on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu to detect Zhang Shouyong's cultivation. But the outcome exceeded his expectations. When his spiritual force fused into Zhang Shouyong's body, it was like a stone that sank into the sea. Just like when he investigated the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai, there were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. Firstly, Zhang Shouyong was similar to Han Xuanai and knew how to conceal the aura of his cultivation, or perhaps, he cultivated a cultivation technique that allowed the aura of his cultivation to be restrained. Secondly, Zhang Shouyong was at the second void stage, or in other words, an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Void initiation stage at only a little over 30 years old. He didn't find it strange that a void initiation stage expert that was a little over 30 years old would appear in the foreign lands. But the ancient city of Everlast that appeared in the area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom caused Duan Lingtian to feel that it was slightly unbelievable. In the end, Duan Lingtian determined that Zhang Shouyong ought to belong to the first situation. But even then, his heart was still filled with shock. After all, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even if it was in the entire Darkstone Empire, or even the Darkhan dynasty, an expert at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage that was a little over 30 years old was an existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. After the middle-aged men that were thrown out of the window by Zhang Shouyong emitted a few shrill cries, they completely stopped moving. Obviously, they'd realized how terrifying Zhang Shouyong was and had already left. The Eternal Jade restaurant once again recovered its calm. After Duan Lingtian finished eating, Li Fei returned, and when he saw the smile that hung on her face, Duan Lingtian knew that Li Fei had gained something. Eat some more. Duan Lingtian didn't ask Li Fei impatiently, and after he let her eat her fill, he asked. You found out? Li Fei nodded, and her beautiful face contained slight complacency mixed within. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he intended to pay the bill and leave. But Wang Qiong was unwilling to accept his money. Brother Ling Tian, little sister Li Fei and I hit it off at first sight. Coupled with you calling my leader big brother, how could we accept your money? Take it back. Then I'll thank sister-in-law. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile and didn't persist, then he bid his farewells to Zhang Shouyong before holding Li Fei's hand and leaving with Zhang Shouyong. When they left the Eternal Jade restaurant and walked towards the night market of the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian looked curiously at Li Fei and asked. Little Fei, what did you find out? Li Fei sighed. So it turns out that big sister Wang Qiong is a pitiful person as well. Pitiful person? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression as he listened seriously. Big sister Wang Qiong was originally a woman with extremely excellent natural talent in the martial Dao. Later on, an unforeseen event occurred, and her dantian was damaged, causing her to be unable to accumulate origin energy any longer. According to her, Big Brother Zhang's natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high, causing her to feel ashamed of her inferiority, and she always felt that she wasn't worthy of Big Brother Zhang. Li Fei spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Li Fei. So it turned out that the reason Wang Qiong wasn't confident was because she was unable to accumulate origin energy, whereas Zhang Shouyong was an expert in the martial Dao. He could understand. The union of an ordinary woman and a man with an extremely monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed an extremely great pressure. But since they'd already gotten married and were husband and wife, why bother about all this? Perhaps Wang Qiong has a knot in her heart. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, this knot in her heart was very likely related to the female manager of the Desolate Pool Inn. Li Fei continued. I really misunderstood Big Brother Zhang earlier. So it turns out that Big Brother Zhang even gave up everything for the sake of Big Sister Wang Qiong and followed her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open the Eternal Jade restaurant. Chapter 348. Scoundrel. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and traces of shock appeared on her beautiful face. I heard Big Sister Wang Qiong say that Big Brother Zhang's strength is extremely strong. When I asked her if Big Brother Zhang was a nascent soul martial artist, she only smiled and shook her head. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a void stage expert? Nascent soul martial artist? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei looked down on Zhang Shouyong too much. Little Fei, I can only say. Even Xiong Quan is ashamed of his inferiority to Big Brother Zhang's cultivation. Duan Lingtian slowly said to Li Fei. What? Li Fei's beautiful face abruptly went pale when she heard Duan Lingtian. She knew of Xiong Quan's cultivation. 7th level of the void prying stage. Even if it was amongst void prying stage martial artists, he could be considered to be one of the top. After being stunned for a moment, Li Fei looked at Xiong Quan, seeming to want to obtain further confirmation from Xiong Quan. It wasn't that she didn't believe Duan Lingtian, but this matter was too shocking. Only when she saw Xiong Quan nod did Li Fei completely confirm it, and she had a shocked expression as she muttered. Big Brother Zhang's cultivation is actually stronger than Xiong Quan's. Doesn't that mean that Big Brother Zhang is an expert that has surpassed the 7th level of the void prying stage? Gradually, Li Fei's eyes revealed a trace of envy. Envy of Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong, a woman that couldn't cultivate, was undoubtedly lucky and happy to be able to obtain the unreserved love of such an outstanding man. From the beginning until the end, that outstanding man had extremely tender love for her, and was even willing to give up everything to bring her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open a restaurant, all for the sake of helping her realize her dream that she'd always had. What? My little Fei is envious of others? Do you think I'm inferior to Big Brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian overbearingly held Li Fei's hand as he asked with a smile. Li Fei blushed and snorted, "You womanizer. Big Brother Zhang is much more faithful than you. There's no other way. You've already boarded a pirate ship. You can't escape." Duan Lingtian chuckled and pinched Li Fei's palm. She looked at Li Fei with a coquettish expression before strolling around the night market of the ancient city of everlasting desolation. As the city with the largest trading scale in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the night market in the ancient city of Everlast was extremely bustling. It was even to the extent that when Duan Lingtian and Li Fei passed by, they would occasionally see some people having conflicts over small matters, and they would frequently kill each other. However, the passers-by looked on coldly. They seemed to be used to this and were not surprised. It's really a chaotic city. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Bastard, let's go back. Li Fei frowned slightly. She was not used to it. She was different from Duan Lingtian after all. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood in his previous life. Not only would he not be disgusted by all this, he would even feel it to be slightly intimate. Okay. Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei's slightly pale face under the veil and nodded. He held Li Fei's hand before turning around and returning to the inn. Xiong Quan followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Once someone dared to harm Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, he would make a move at the first possible moment and kill that person. Protecting the safety of the young master and the people by the young master's side was the meaning of his existence. After returning to the Profound Pool Inn, Duan Lingtian noticed that the female manager's actions had not changed at all, and she was still gazing with infatuation at the slovenly young man in the opposite restaurant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and held Li Fei's hand as they returned to the room. Little Fei, since you're not used to this place, we'll go to the Solitary Summit tomorrow and find Shengguan Yan. After completing the Boundless Sect's young sect master's instructions, we'll leave. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. Li Fei lightly nodded and quickly fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Looking at the exhausted Li Fei, Duan Lingtian felt a bit of heartache. He lightly stroked Li Fei's beautiful face that was as smooth as jade, and his eyes were filled with tenderness like water. The next morning, Duan Lingtian and the other two prepared to depart. Let's go say goodbye to Big Sister Wang Qiong and Big Brother Zhang. Before leaving the inn, Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, when the two of them left the inn and bathed in the fresh morning mist, they noticed that the Eternal Jade restaurant hadn't opened for business yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Looks like we woke up too early. Then we'll come say goodbye to them when we return, and then we'll leave. Li Fei suggested. Duan Lingtian agreed and spurred his horse out with Li Fei. Xiong Quan followed closely behind like a shadow. After leaving the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian's group of three headed towards the Solitary Summit. The Solitary Summit stood in the distance, and it was even more majestic than the Seven-Star Sword Sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. The Solitary Summit seemed to be very close, but when Duan Lingtian's group of three galloped at full speed and arrived at the foot of the Solitary Summit, it was already an hour later. The Solitary Summit's mountain path was wide and extremely level, and it was completely capable of using a horse to ascend it. Duan Lingtian's group of three spurred their horses to head up the Solitary Summit. All along the way, they were able to see that there were some buildings more or less built on the mountainside of the Solitary Summit. They were either wooden houses, houses made of bricks, or luxurious buildings that were like palaces. The solitary summit is so huge, wanting to find Shangguan here is simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. After asking all along the way, there wasn't any news related to Shangguan, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but reveal a bitter smile, as he felt this was a difficult mission. I thought we'd be able to directly find Shangguan after arriving at the solitary summit. But I never imagined that no one knows him at all. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned and she was slightly vexed. The solitary summit is so huge, it's not strange that they don't know Shangguan. Let's continue up the mountain and see if we're able to find out any news related to Shangguan. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly as he spurred his horse forward. Finally, when they arrived near the peak of the solitary summit, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 finally found out about Shangguan. All of you are looking for Shangguan? A robust old man with a face covered in stubble looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his fierce eyes glared. Who are all of you to him? Senior, we're members of the Boundless Sect. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to the robust old man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this robust old man was a 9th-level void-prying stage expert. His strength wasn't inferior to the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. Boundless Sect? The robust old man pondered for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian, then muttered. I seem to have heard of this sect somewhere. Right, that old fellow Shangguan once said that the sect he was in was called the Boundless Sect. Finally, the robust old man reacted, and he looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and asked. All of you are Shangguan's disciples? Disciples and grand disciples? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, yet he still nodded. Exactly, Shangguan is precisely the ancestor of our Boundless Sect. Senior, we're looking for him for an urgent matter. Do you know where he's cultivating in the solitary summit? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the robust old man with an expression of anticipation. Unexpectedly, the robust old man shook his head. I'm afraid all of you have made a wasted trip this time. Shangguan had already left the solitary summit 7 or 8 years ago. I originally thought that he missed his disciples and returned to the Boundless Sect, but now it would seem that it isn't so. The robust old man's words caused Duan Lingtian's expression to freeze. That Shangguan had already left the Hummet Summit 7 or 8 years ago. 7 or 8 years ago, at that time, the Boundless Sect hadn't encountered a calamity. Whereas the Boundless Sect's young sect leader thought that Shangguan was at the solitary summit, in other words, Shangguan hadn't returned to the Boundless Sect. We've really made a wasted trip. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Shangguan had left the solitary summit and his whereabouts were unknown. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely large. Not to mention the current him, even the Samsara Emperor Wu at his prime might not be able to find Shangguan under the circumstances that he didn't have any clues. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the robust old man before leaving with Li Fei and Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, according to your knowledge, besides the solitary summit, where would Shangguan go? Duan Lingtian held on to his last trace of hope as he asked Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan laughed bitterly. Young master, I don't know as well. Although Xiong Quan was a guardian of the Boundless Sect, he'd only entered the Boundless Sect later on and had never seen Shangguan. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that wanting to find Shangguan now was no different than searching for a needle in a haystack. This matter could only be temporarily put aside. Giddy up! Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei, and the two of them spurred their horses out together, following the wide and gentle mountain path to head down the solitary summit. Xiong Quan spurred his horse to follow closely behind like a shadow. It was said that going down the mountain was easy, but going up the mountain was difficult, and these words weren't false in the slightest. The time Duan Lingtian's group of 3 used to arrive at the foot of the solitary summit was only half the time they used to ascend the mountain. This was even after discounting the time they used to inquire about Shangguan's whereabouts all along the way. Scoundrel, let's go to the ancient city of Everlast to say our farewells to big sister Wang Chong and big brother Zhang. Li Fei lightly smiled as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei, whose face was covered by a veil, was still delicate and moving. Okay. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a wisp of gentleness as he lightly nodded. Giddy up. Right at this moment, a shocked shout suddenly sounded out from afar. A blue-clothed young man spurred his Fergana horse to dash towards the solitary summit with a speed that was swift. Behind the young man was an old man, who was following closely behind him. Let's go. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the blue-clothed young man, then called out to Li Fei and Xiong Quan, preparing to leave the solitary summit. Right at this moment. Halt. Duan Lingtian noticed that when the blue-clothed young man was about to pass by them and enter the solitary summit, he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly pulled on the reins, forcefully stopping the Fergana horse. Along with a burst of dust, the Fergana horse beneath the young man stood still. When Duan Lingtian saw the gaze that was revealed from the blue-clothed young man's eyes, his face couldn't help but sink. Chapter 349. Halt. The old man behind the blue-clothed young man had now caught up and pulled on the reins, causing the Fergana horse beneath him to stop before standing by the young man's side. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern. This old man's cultivation ought to be at the 5th level of the void prying stage without a doubt. As for the blue-clothed young man, he was around the age of 25, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Humph. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he grunted coldly as he spurred his horse forward to block the young man's lustful gaze that looked at Li Fei. His eyes were filled with coldness as they focused on the young man. His woman couldn't be disrespected by others. Li Fei noticed the young man's gaze earlier, and her beautiful face beneath the veil sank slightly. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian blocking before her, it caused the gloominess on her face to vanish without a trace, and replacing it was a light smile of happiness. This was her, Li Fei's man. A man she could rely on for her entire lifetime. The young man's face couldn't help but sink when his gaze of admiring a beauty was blocked, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly. Kid, F***K off. Although the young woman wore a light veil and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. But he who'd seen countless women was able to discern that she was a beauty just by looking at the young woman's pair of willow-shaped brows and beautiful eyes, and she was absolutely a top-grade beauty. This top-grade beauty was far from being comparable to the group of vulgar women in his home. Especially this young woman's hot figure, it caused his imagination to roam. His lower abdomen heated up and a greedy desire arose within his heart, a desire to take this young woman for himself. Now, his mood was disturbed, and he couldn't help but be slightly enraged. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard the young man ask him to F***K off, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that contained slight coldness mixed within. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to vanish from my sight right now. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Bear the consequences. When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted and couldn't help but laugh. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. Kid, you said earlier that you'd give me 10 breaths of time to vanish from your sight. Otherwise, I'll be responsible for the consequences. Now, the young man even thought that he had misheard. Because no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, or threaten him like this. 8 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. His face was as cold as ever, and he was not affected by the young man at all. The young man finally confirmed that he had not heard wrongly. Immediately, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered, Kid, it seems like you're quite bold. 8 breaths of time, right? Let me tell you, I can kill you in less than 8 breaths of time. The young man's words were filled with disdain and overbearingness. 6 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued speaking with a calm voice that contained traces of killing intent mixed within. Uncle G. The disdain on the young man's face grew even deeper as he abruptly shouted out in a low voice. "Young master." The old man by the young man's side replied respectfully. "I'll kill this kid and his servant within 5 breaths of time." The young man spoke with a clear voice, and his cold and indifferent gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, it was as if killing 2 people was a common occurrence to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man added, "Uncle Ji, you must not injure that little beauty when you make a move. I want to take her back and make her my 27th concubine." Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, the young man started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and lewdness. 27th concubine. When he heard the young man, the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even colder and oppressive as he said coldly, 3 more breaths of time, Uncle Ji, do it." The young man abruptly shouted out explosively, and his eyes emitted madness. As far as he was concerned, so long as he killed these 2 irksome fellows, that little beauty would be his. At that time, wouldn't she be at his mercy? When he thought of how this beautiful woman with a hot figure was about to become his plaything, the lustful sheen in the young man's eyes grew even brighter. "Yes, young master." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the body of the old man on the Fergana horse beside him trembled slightly, and he directly soared up from the Fergana horse and floated in the air. The old man's gaze was extremely icy cold as it descended onto Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan, and it was as if he was looking at 2 dead people. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old man, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were bound to be 2 dead people in the next moment. "Kid, in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Remember this when you reincarnate in your next life." The young man looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed arrogantly, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian sneered, then shouted in a low voice. "The time of 10 breaths is already up." Xiong Quan. "Yes, young master." Xiong Quan replied, then his eyes abruptly squinted and emitted awe-inspiring killing intent. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out. Duan Lingtian's face sank, as he noticed that the old man that floated in the air had suddenly vanished before his eyes. At almost the exact same moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind assaulted his face. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the old man was flashing towards him with an extremely swift speed, desiring to kill him. Above the sky, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes could be seen condensing into form. This was precisely the symbol of the 5th level of the void prying stage. Now, this 5th level void prying stage old man didn't even utilize a spirit weapon or force when making a move against Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his spirit weapon and force. In the distance, the young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a slightly insane and lustful expression when he saw this scene. Die! Die! Once you're dead, that little beauty by your side will be mine. Right at this moment. Whoosh! An exceedingly swift figure whistled out, accompanied by a shocked shout that was like a thunderclap. A mere 5th level void prying stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before my young master. It was Xiong Quan's figure that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he descended before Duan Lingtian. Before the old man approached Duan Lingtian, then he floated in the sky and blocked the old man's path. Above Xiong Quan, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes ceaselessly rose, 8,000 heads. 9,000. When it increased to 9,999, all the ancient mammoth silhouettes trembled and completely converged together, causing a wave of clouds and mist to roil. When the clouds and mist dispersed, an enormous creature that coiled down appeared before the eyes of everyone. This enormous creature was a few tens of meters long, and its powerful body spiraled in the sky, seeming lifelike. Its bloody mouth would occasionally open, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and it brought a visual shock to others. The enormous creature was 50% or 60% similar to the Eastern Divine Dragon in Duan Lingtian's impression, but it was slightly smaller than the Eastern Divine Dragon. Moreover, its appearance seemed to be even more savage and extremely deterring. Horned dragon. This was an ancient horned dragon. During the ancient times, the strength of an ancient horned dragon was comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, Xiong Quan's strength had soared to the point it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. It was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Seventh level of the void prying stage. A voice that was mixed with trembling abruptly sounded out, and it contained traces of fear mixed within. It was the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning, and when Xiong Quan appeared before Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly flashed back and floated in the sky. As he looked at the lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xiong Quan, the old man's eyes emitted terror that came from his soul. As this middle-aged man's figure flashed, he drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into the strength of an ancient horned dragon. He didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize force. The old man was well aware of what this meant. 7th level of the void prying stage. This was a 7th level void prying stage expert. This is an ancient horned dragon. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the sky above Xiong Quan, even though he knew beforehand that Xiong Quan had already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Relying on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew that Xiong Quan was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. However, this was the first time he'd seen an expert at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above make a move. It was the first time he'd seen an ancient horned dragon. Ancient horned dragon? Li Fei had a bewildered expression, as she'd never heard of an ancient horned dragon. Little Fei, in Cloud Continent, martial artists are able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, when the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes reaches 10,000, it would automatically transform into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei's bewilderment and slowly explained. This is the rule of Cloud Continent, the iron law of Cloud Continent. In other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon is comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Li Fei came to a sudden understanding when she heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, and she completely understood. Ancient horned dragon strength? In the distance, the blue-clothed young man that sat on the Fergana horse revealed a dumbstruck expression after Xiong Quan drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Only now did he react to what had happened. At the instant he reacted, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. No. Impossible. How could there possibly be a 7th level void prying stage expert by the side of this immature kid? No. Impossible. Impossible. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. Immediately after, his chest was completely filled with panic and fear. Now, there was only a 5th level void prying stage martial artist by his side, whereas there was a 7th level void prying stage expert by his side. Chapter 350. Right at the same time that panic arose in the blue-clothed young man's heart. Xiong Quan, kill this old fellow. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man that floated in the distant sky and abruptly spoke with a voice that contained traces of icy coldness that didn't contain the slightest emotion. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiong Quan, he would have already been killed by this old man earlier. At the instant the old man vanished before his eyes, the murderous intent that assaulted his face caused him to almost feel suffocated. He didn't want to feel that feeling a second time in his entire lifetime. It was too unbearable. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan replied, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. With a raise of his hand, a meter-long blade appeared in his hand. The old man's face went pale at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Now, when he saw Xiong Quan's actions, his eyes revealed terror, and his figure shook as if transforming into a ghost as he flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man, grabbing the latter with the intention of fleeing. Obviously, he wanted to flee with his young master. But, would he be able to flee? Humph. Xiong Quan's cold snort sounded out abruptly, and it seemed to be able to condense the air. In practically an instant. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Xiong Quan vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already caught up to the old man that carried the blue-clothed young man and soared into the sky, intending to flee into the solitary peak. Swish! An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. It was only a single sword strike, a sword strike that was swift to the extreme, a sword strike that was like a bolt of lightning, and a sword strike that carried a terrifying aura transformed into a sword light that flashed out, causing the air to condense. Whoosh! At practically the same time, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Xiong Quan. These 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette like a host of stars surrounding the moon, as if they were worshipping an emperor. The Great Seven Spirit Sword in Xiong Quan's hand was able to amplify the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths on the basis of the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Advanced Sword Force was able to amplify the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. When the two were added together, it was the strength of 5,000 ancient mammoths. Pooh! A strand of dazzling red rose condensed from fresh blood abruptly bloomed in the air. It was bright and beautiful. The old man that was carrying the blue-clothed young man with the intention of fleeing abruptly stopped in midair as the bright light in his eyes faded away, and the 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above his head vanished into thin air along with it. Cough! The old man's throat trembled, and a bloody hole appeared on his throat. It was extremely strange, and a pillar of blood gushed out, dazzling and eye-catching. Boom! The old man's body suddenly fell, and the blue-clothed young man in his hand fell with him. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man's face was splashed with blood from the old man's throat, but he seemed to be unaware of it. His eyes were wide open, and his body was trembling, as if he was extremely frightened. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man's corpse calmly. So what if he was at the 5th level of the void prying stage? In front of Xiong Quan, who was at the 7th level of the void prying stage, he was similarly like an ant. If Xiong Quan wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as cutting grass. Whoosh! After killing the old man, Xiong Quan's figure shook as he returned to the Fergana horse, and he respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze, as if he'd only done something of no importance. Duan Lingtian sat on the Fergana horse, and his icy cold eyes descended onto the blue-clothed young man who was dumbstruck. I gave you a chance. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and although his tone was calm, it concealed awe-inspiring killing intent. The blue-clothed young man's body trembled as he recovered from his shock, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a terrified expression as he shouted out in shock. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I can't kill you. Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it flickered with a faint sheen of origin energy as he prepared to attack at any moment. Kid, you're dead if you dare kill me. You're dead. The young man's expression changed when he saw the 1-meter-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he suddenly shouted out explosively. If you dare kill me, my grandfather won't let you off. The young man didn't finish his words in the end. Idiot! Because Duan Lingtian had already flashed out and sent the 1-meter-long blade in his hand into the young man's chest, whoosh! Duan Lingtian coldly snorted, and his leg flashed out like lightning, kicking the young man who had his body pierced through by the 1-meter-long blade in his hand. The latter crashed onto the ground with a bang, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he took the storage rings from the hands of the old man and young man one by one. Chi! A dazzling golden grade 7 pill fire appeared in Duan Lingtian's palm, and it slowly pulsated. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the grade 7 pill fire descended, directly landing on the corpses of the old man and young man, and igniting them together. Let's go! After the pill fire descended, Duan Lingtian extinguished the ceaselessly burning pill fire in his hand. He couldn't be bothered to take another glance at the corpses of the two people, and he returned to the Fergana horse and called out to Li Fei and Xiong Quan. The three of them spurred their horses and galloped out, heading towards the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian planned to bring Li Fei to bid farewell to the manager and wife of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and after they finished, they would leave the ancient city of Everlast and return the way they came. Duan Ling Tian had already planned it out in his heart. He was in a hurry when he came, and didn't properly savor the scenery along the way. On the way back, he must bring little Fei to have a good time and go on a scenic tour. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Duan Lingtian's group of three left, two figures flashed down from a large tree outside the secluded summit, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before the two burning corpses. Bang! Bang! The two people made a move, and the bone-piercing origin energy in their hands transformed into cold winds that roared out and extinguished the pill fire on the corpses. Presently, the old man's corpse was almost completely burned, and only half of the young man's corpse remained. The two people that made a move now were two middle-aged men. Luckily, you can still recognize him. One of the middle-aged men heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the young man's complete face, and the corners of his mouth suffused with a wisp of a smile. Second brother, he's indeed the grandson of the withered old man. We've struck it rich this time. You go follow those three people, I'll send him to the withered old man's place, and then I'll go look for you with the withered old man. The other middle-aged man nodded, and at the same time that he dashed out, he whistled. The sound of the whistle sounded out. Suddenly, in the distance of the Hermit Peak, an extremely swift leopard-type fierce beast flew over. The middle-aged man's figure flashed to descend onto the back of this leopard-type fierce beast, and then he dashed out with a speed that far surpassed the Fergana horse. Withered old man, you're going to owe us brothers a great favor this time. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth was suffused with a wisp of a smile. After that, he raised his hand and carried the remnants of the blue-clothed young man's body as he soared up into the sky, directly ascending towards the top of the mountain. Ancient City of Everlast. When it was close to noon, Duan Lingtian's group of three had rushed back. Just in time to have lunch at the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled, then he urged his horse to stop outside the Eternal Jade restaurant before dismounting and holding Li Fei's hand as they walked into the restaurant. As for Xiong Quan, he'd gone to take care of the three Fergana horses. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei walked up to the second floor and nodded with a smile as they looked at the slovenly young man that was drinking by the window. Zhang Shou-yong replied with a smile, then he continued drinking. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had just sat down when Wang Qiong walked over and asked with a light smile. Brother Ling Tian, little sister Li Fei, both of you are covered in dust. You went out early in the morning? Yeah, big sister Wang Qiong, we went to the Eternal Jade Peak early in the morning to look for you, but unfortunately, we didn't find you. Li Fei lightly nodded, then said, Big sister Wang Qiong, scoundrel, and I came to bid our farewells to you and big brother Zhang. We're preparing to return after lunch. So fast? Wang Qiong was slightly surprised, then she smiled. I thought both of you would stay for a period of time, but I never imagined that you would leave so quickly. I wasn't even mentally prepared for your sudden departure. But since both of you are leaving, then I'll personally cook for both of you today. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei didn't have any reaction, yet the slovenly young man that was drinking by the window seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, and his figure flashed over to sit by Duan Lingtian's side. Brother Ling Tian, it's all thanks to both of you today. Zhang Shou-yong looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he lightly smiled, and he seemed to be extremely greedy for Wang Qiong's cooking. You speak as if I've starved you usually. Wang Qiong coquettishly glared at Zhang Shou-yong before turning around and preparing to leave. Big brother Zhang, could it be that big sister Wang Qiong doesn't usually cook for you? Li Fei looked curiously at Zhang Shou-yong as she asked. That's not it. Zhang Shou-yong lightly shook his head as a wisp of tender affection appeared on his face. It's just that I usually see her busy with the matters of the restaurant, and I'm afraid she'll be too tired, so I rarely let her cook. But the food your big sister Wang Qiong cooks will surely make you praise it endlessly, and you'll even wish for nothing more than to swallow your tongue. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong smiled. Looks like we'll be able to eat our fill today. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, and they were filled with anticipation. Young master. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan had already settled down the 3 Fergana horses and walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant. Sit down, let's eat together. Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan sat down. Brother Ling Tian is really considerate to the servants. Zhang Shouyong glanced at Xiong Quan and lightly smiled. After that, he seemed to have noticed something, and he looked outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and frowned. Brother Ling Tian, you brought someone else? Zhang Shouyong's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. No, what's wrong? It's nothing. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. He noticed that the feeling of being watched had vanished at this moment. Maybe I'm mistaken. In next to no time, the food that Wang Qiong personally cooked was served. A table full of fragrant delicacies, and just the smell of it had already caused Duan Lingtian's appetite to be aroused. Big sister Wang Qiong, sit down and eat as well. After the table was filled, Li Fei looked at Wang Qiong and invited her. All of you eat first. There's still soup, I'll go bring it out. Chapter 351. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Lingtian and the others sat around a circle and ate the fragrant and steaming dishes with large mouthfuls. It's too delicious. No wonder Big Brother Zhang said we would even wish for nothing more than to swallow our tongues. Big sister Wang Qiong, your culinary skill is too good. Li Fei praised as she ate. Eat more if you like. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Wang Qiong smiled to Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes contained slight tender affection mixed within. She liked this little sister from the bottom of her heart. After the meal, Wang Qiong started to clean up the dishes, and Zhang Shouyong went into the kitchen to help as well. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei sat at the table to rest, and they intended to rest for a while before bidding farewell to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Senior withered old man, they're within this restaurant. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice sounded out from outside the Eternal Jade restaurant, and it grew closer and closer, whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian heard 3 ear-piercing howls of the wind sound out by his ears. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Standing behind them were 2 middle-aged men, one wore azure clothes, the other wore red clothes, and their appearances were exactly the same. Obviously, they were a pair of twin brothers. Before the 2 middle-aged men stood an emaciated old man. The old man's body was thin and only skin and bones, and it seemed as if a gust of wind would blow him down, but Duan Lingtian didn't dare look down on the old man because of this. He was able to discern that amongst the 3 people before him, the old man's strength was the most terrifying. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the cultivation of the 2 middle-aged men, and they were both 4th-level void prying stage martial artists. As for the old man, when his spiritual force stretched out, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was extremely likely that the old man was in existence at the 2nd void stage, or in other words, the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. It's him. Duan Lingtian saw the old man suddenly speak, and at the instant the old man's muddy eyes descended onto him, it was suffused with a ghastly cold light that seemed as if it was about to swallow Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. The old man's target was him? Yes. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed middle-aged man behind the old man hurriedly nodded. Senior withered old man, us brothers saw him kill your grandson with our own 2 eyes. The attendant by your grandson's side was killed by this 7th-level void prying stage martial artist. The middle-aged man's gaze first fell on Duan Lingtian, then he looked at Xiong Quan who was standing beside Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man's words caused Duan Lingtian's pupils to shrink. He finally understood what was going on. It turned out that his actions at the foot of the Hermit Summit this morning had been exposed. This old man that seems to be a void initiation stage expert is actually the grandfather of that blue-clothed young man I killed. He remembered that before the blue-clothed young man died, he seemed to have mentioned this old man. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian was in a fit of rage. How could he possibly care about him? However, even if he knew now that there was an existence that seems to be at the void initiation stage behind the blue-clothed young man, he didn't regret it in the slightest. Not only did that blue-clothed young man dare disrespect little Fei, he even wanted to kill him. He truly deserved death. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiong Quan's protection, the person who died this morning wouldn't be that young man, but him. So, he didn't regret it. If he really wanted to talk about regret, then what Duan Lingtian regretted the most now was not seeing those two corpses being burned into ash with his own two eyes. Although he didn't see what happened after that, he was able to guess a thing or two. It ought to be that when he and Xiong Quan made a move, it was seen by the twin brothers behind the old man. Later on, one of them went to inform the old man, and the other followed them all the way here. Looks like Big Brother Zhang noticed the people following us earlier. Duan Lingtian recalled that before lunch, Zhang Shouyong had asked him if he'd brought anyone else over. For a time, Duan Lingtian's heart was clear like a mirror. Why did you kill my grandson? The sharp gaze of the gaunt old man descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty venomous snake that would bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian could feel the old man's killing intent that was difficult to restrain. He deserves death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his tone was calm, yet mixed with a murderous intent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he had no other choice, and could only fight head-on. Now, he still couldn't confirm if the old man was a void initiation stage expert. Perhaps, he still had a chance. He'd already sent a voice transmission to Xiong Quan, asking Xiong Quan to wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the old man, and strive to kill him in one strike. He deserves death. The gaunt old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Presently, Li Fei hadn't worn her veil, and her drop-dead gorgeous appearance was clearly visible. When he saw Li Fei, the gaunt old man's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and he said in a low voice, "Looks like my grandson was destroyed by a woman." Obviously, the old man knew his grandson very well. Now that he saw Li Fei, he easily guessed some things. When he felt the bloodthirsty killing intent that rose from the gaunt old man towards Li Fei, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stood up to stand before Li Fei, blocking this bloodthirsty killing intent for Li Fei. Humph. Duan Lingtian's expression was cold and indifferent, and his back was straight. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the old man's bloodthirsty killing intent, and he remained unmoving like a mountain. Scoundrel. When the old man's killing intent enveloped over, Li Fei felt as if she was within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and that suffocating feeling caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, Duan Lingtian was blocking before her, and at the same time that it caused her heart to feel warm, she was slightly worried. The gaunt old man's white brows raised when he saw this, and he grunted coldly. "Kid, needless to say, you're really not bad. But unfortunately, you're dead for sure today. As they say, beauties bring disaster." Remember to stay far away from women like this in your next life. Whoosh! As soon as the gaunt old man finished speaking, origin energy flickered on his gaunt hands. Swoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of the sky being torn apart carried along a string of explosions as it abruptly resounded out. It was Xiong Quan who'd always been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. When he saw his young master's life was in danger, Xiong Quan's figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the gaunt old man. Swish! A dazzling sword light shot out violently like a venomous snake leaving its hole, and it pointed towards the old man while carrying traces of an extremely terrifying aura. Advanced sword force. In the sky, the origin energy of heaven and earth roiled as an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared first, then around this ancient horned dragon silhouette, almost 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette like a myriad of hearts surrounding the moon. As soon as Xiong Quan attacked, he exerted his full strength and didn't hold back in the slightest. He intended to directly kill the old man. Advanced sword force. The old man's slightly muddy eyes squinted, and his voice contained a trace of surprise mixed within. After that. Petty tricks. The old man sneered as he casually raised his hand to intercept Xiong Quan's attack. Instantly, the origin energy of heaven and earth roiled above the old man before condensing into two ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In the end, the old man didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize the concept of a void initiation stage expert. Only a pure origin energy attack was comparable to the strength of two ancient horned dragons. First level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as his face went grim, and he abruptly shouted out explosively. Duan Lingtian, watch out! Meanwhile, Xiong Quan saw the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above the old man, and he instantly realized that the old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. His face couldn't help but go grim. Slap! The old man raised his hand and grabbed, easily seizing the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand. At this moment, Xiong Quan's strength at the 7th level of the void prying stage, the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword, and even the advanced sword force were so weak as if they were made of paper. Move aside. Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force vaguely detected that the old man was about to attack, and he shouted out explosively once more to warn Duan Lingtian. When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's voice, based on his trust towards Duan Lingtian, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to stomp his feet on the ground as he completely exploded out with the strength of an ancient horned dragon, desiring to dodge to the side. Swish! At practically the instant Xiong Quan moved, the grade 7 spirit sword the old man seized from Xiong Quan was like a stroke of genius as it flashed directly towards Xiong Quan. This sword was originally flashing towards Xiong Quan's heart. It was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's warning that Xiong Quan was able to dodge a moment earlier, allowing his heart to be spared. However, even then, the grade 7 spirit sword still easily entered Xiong Quan's body. It struck his dantian. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere, transforming into numerous red roses. Xiong Quan's body fiercely flew out, flipping over a few tables. No! No! Xiong Quan's voice was filled with panic, and after he fell to the ground, he fiercely clenched his fists. However, what appeared above him now wasn't an ancient horned dragon silhouette, it was an ancient mammoth silhouette. 9th level of the body tempering stage. His dantian was crippled by the old man's sword strike, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and only his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage remained. Xiong Quan roared for a short moment before stopping, and he had a dazed expression. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous noise sounded out. It was the group of customers that were eating on the 2nd floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant that were watching the show. When they saw the matter developing to such an extent, they were afraid that it would affect them, and all of them were in a panic as they left their silver and left, fighting to be the first to leave the restaurant. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan, and his eyes turned crimson red, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. A trace of guilt arose within his heart. If it wasn't for him wanting to go to the solitary summit, Xiong Quan wouldn't have appeared here, and nothing would have happened to him. During these past few years, Xiong Quan had followed him, worked for him, and did his best without the slightest complaint. He'd always been grateful in his heart. Now, because of him, Xiong Quan's cultivation had been crippled. He empathized with Xiong Quan. When he heard Duan Lingtian's shocked shout, Xiong Quan raised his head, and when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he couldn't help but force out a laugh. Young master, I'm fine. I just lost my origin energy. My advanced sword force is still there, and no one below the void prying stage is able to block a single strike of mine. Advanced sword force was a type of profound comprehension of the sword that void-prying stage martial artists possessed. It was separated from origin energy. Chapter 352. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard what Xiong Quan said. A 7th-level void-prying stage expert had his Dantian crippled in the blink of an eye, causing his origin energy to be completely lost, and he was even inferior to a 1st-level void-prying stage martial artist. How could this be called fine? Duan Lingtian asked himself, if it was him, he would surely be unable to accept this reality. He knew clearly in his heart that Xiong Quan was only consoling him. Xiong Quan didn't want him to feel guilty. But, how could he not feel guilty? Xiong Quan, I owe you. At the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. What he owed Xiong Quan, he would probably only be able to return in his next life. He'd killed the grandson of this void initiation stage expert, so it was impossible for the old man to let him go. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the gaunt old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Scoundrel! Meanwhile, Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. Go through thick and thin together. As far as she was concerned, being able to go through life and death with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime was not a life in vain. Little Fei. When Duan Lingtian saw Li Fei like this, the coldness and indifference on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was gentleness that was like water. He lightly stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face. Do you regret knowing me? Li Fei shook her head. Being able to know you in this lifetime is the greatest favor of the heavens to me. Even if I leave with you in the next moment, I won't regret it, because I'll always be by your side. You'll never be alone. Duan Lingtian nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. His eyes gradually revealed a trace of firmness. No matter what, so long as there was a trace of a chance, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to little Fei. Humph. A cold snort sounded out, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. What a touching scene. My pitiful grandson died because of this woman. The gaunt old man's voice was cold and indifferent, and his face was gloomy like water. All of a sudden. Whoosh! The old man moved and made his move. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei was taken away from Duan Lingtian. Little Fei. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. The moment he came to his senses, he flew out, wanting to save Li Fei. Whoosh! The old man casually raised his leg, causing the shadows of his leg to sweep out, and he only used the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths to kick Duan Lingtian flying. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his internal organs tremble and a sweet taste in his throat. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow, slamming heavily into the wall. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock from his internal organs almost suffocated him. However, seeing that Li Fei was still in the old man's hands, Duan Lingtian suddenly roared and flew out again as if he had turned into a poisonous snake. Sword drawing technique. The sword flashed out like lightning, heading straight for the old man. Swish! The sword light that flashed by seemed to have transformed into the fangs of a poisonous snake, biting towards the old man. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The old man laughed coldly as he casually raised his hand and blasted Duan Lingtian flying once more. Puff! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood once more, barely supporting himself with his sword, and his body swayed as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Scoundrel! This scene caused Li Fei's eyes to almost split apart as she cried out in grief. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a slovenly figure flashed out from the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and in his hand was a beautiful woman. It was precisely Zhang Gu and Zhang Gu of the Eternal Jade restaurant. Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. They were originally busy in the kitchen, and they rushed out at the first possible moment when they noticed the commotion. Zhang Shouyong frowned when he saw the scene before him, whereas Wang Qiong's beautiful face went pale. Little sister Li Fei. Kid, looks like you have deep feelings for this woman. You're actually risking your life for this woman. The gaunt old man only glanced indifferently at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong before paying no further attention to them. Perhaps he felt that these two people weren't of any threat to him. His gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian, and traces of coldness were mixed within. Old fellow, your grandson was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with her. You're a void initiation stage expert at any rate, don't you feel ashamed of making things difficult for a weak woman? If there's anything, feel free to come at me. Duan Lingtian looked at the gaunt old man and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Truly touching. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Kid, I know that this woman is surely the culprit behind the reason you killed my grandson. How about this, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you leave, but leave this woman behind and I'll kill her. How about it? Humph. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and disregarded the old man. Not to mention that he didn't believe that the old man would be so kind. Even if what the old man said was true, it was still impossible for him to leave. Li Fei was his woman, his life. Asking him to abandon his woman and use his woman's life to exchange for his life and live an ignoble life by himself? He would rather die. Scoundrel, leave quickly. However, Li Fei believed it and looked at Duan Lingtian as she said anxiously, leave quickly. In the future, you have to take good care of little sister Kerr and live well with little sister Kerr. In Li Fei's eyes, even if she could use her life to exchange for her man's life, she would have no regrets. Did you hear that? Your woman is asking you to leave as well. Kid, you'd better leave quickly so as to avoid leaving your life here. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth as he grunted. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to the old man and looked at Li Fei as he lightly shook his head. Little Fei, you're too foolish. I was the one who killed his grandson, how could he let me off so easily? Even if he's willing to let me off, if it's at the cost of your life. I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die. I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and filled with the will to die. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Scoundrel. Li Fei's delicate body trembled as tears fell from her autumn eyes like rain. At this moment, even though she was facing a life and death crisis, her heart was still filled with happiness. At this moment, it was as if Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world in her eyes. This was her man, she was Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian's determination made the old man's expression extremely ugly. Naturally, he wouldn't be so kind as to let Duan Lingtian leave. He only wanted to destroy the laughable feelings between this young couple and let them know how fragile their so-called feelings were. Now, it seemed that he had failed. This young man who killed his grandson was actually willing to die for this woman. Taking a deep breath, the old man's hand shook as he directly threw Li Fei out and said coldly, I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to disappear before my eyes, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll let you be buried with this kid. As the old man finished speaking, his eyes emitted a cold and fierce expression. He still wanted to see the scene of the murderer of his grandson being abandoned by everyone, only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer. Old man, doing the same thing twice. Don't you feel bored? In your heart, I'm afraid you wish for nothing more than to burn our bones and scatter our ashes. Would you let any one of us leave? Laughable. Duan Lingtian's words caused the old man's face to flicker between green and white. Scoundrel. Li Fei arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and helped the ghastly pale Duan Lingtian up, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with gentleness that was like water. So long as she was able to be together with this man, even if she had to die in the next moment, she would have no regrets. In the distance, Zhang Shouyong was slightly moved when he saw this scene. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong, who was by his side. Presently, Wang Qiong's beautiful face was completely covered in tears, and she seemed to have transformed into a tearful beauty. The unwillingness between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had deeply infected her. The feelings between the two of them had already surpassed life and death. It was shocking. "Kid, what you mean is that I'll go back on my word?" The killing intent in the old man's eyes was awe-inspiring, and his face sank. For the sake of seeing the scene of Duan Lingtian being abandoned by everyone, he secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy in his hand transformed into needles that pierced into the tip of his finger. Hiss! A strand of light fresh blood sprinkled down into the sky. "I, withered old man, swear with my blood that so long as this woman is willing to abandon this kid and leave, and let this kid taste the pain of being abandoned by everyone. I, withered old man, am willing to let this woman live. If I go against this oath, then I, withered old man, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the fresh blood in the sky strangely rose up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, that strand of fresh blood emitted a dignified and formidable aura. This aura pressed down on everyone present, including the withered old man, to the point their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Bang! That strand of fresh blood directly penetrated the roof of the Eternal Jade restaurant and shot into the sky. After a short moment, bang! A thunderclap descended from the horizon, and it alarmed the entire ancient city of Everlast. A void-prying stage martial artist is overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the ancient city of Everlast? This was the thought that arose in the hearts of most people at the first possible moment. Only because this thunderclap wasn't ordinary thunderclap. Bang! Subsequently, another thunderclap sounded out in the horizon. Wait, it's impossible for the interval between the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to be so short. Some void stage experts that had experienced the 6-9 heavenly tribulation spoke out in astonishment. Bang! 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 In next to no time, another thunderclap sounded out. It sounded out a total of 9 times before it stopped. This is 9-9 heavenly tribulation. For a time, the entire ancient city of Everlast was in an uproar. 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Within the Eternal Jade restaurant, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, as he never imagined that the old man would actually swear such a heavy oath. Looks like this old fellow is really willing to let little Fei go for the sake of seeing the scene of me being abandoned by everyone. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly trembled, and he guessed the old man's objective in doing this. In next to no time, he looked at Li Fei who was by his side, and his eyes emitted traces of tender affection, and within this tender affection was slight reluctance mixed within. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew the 9-9 heavenly tribulation like the back of his hand. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation was the tribulation of an oath that caused one to tremble with fear upon hearing its name. In Cloud Continent, other oaths didn't have much binding force, and only relied on one's conscience, and the person that made the oath could go back on it at any time. Chapter 353. He Ben's second Alliance Master has been born. Thank you, little she-devil. It was said that once a person on Cloud Continent made an oath using his own blood and the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, he would be directly struck to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation if he dared to violate it. Similar incidents had happened many times on Cloud Continent. Therefore, no one dared to easily make an oath using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. This withered old man really hates me to the bone. Duan Lingtian looked at the skinny old man with a gaze that was cold and indifferent like ice. The old man looked at Li Fei as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Now, you can leave in peace. I really look forward to seeing how painful it will be for this kid when you abandon him and leave. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian betraying his friends and family. Li Fei's clear eyes were suffused with coldness as she calmly glanced at the old man and no longer paid any attention to him. Her slender hands tightly held on to Duan Lingtian, and her gaze was firm as before without the slightest change. She would not abandon her man and live an ignoble life. Just like how her man would not abandon her. Little Fei, when Duan Lingtian saw the withered old man make an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation and was willing to let Li Fei go, he originally wanted to persuade Li Fei to leave. However, when he saw the gaze contained within Li Fei's eyes, he noticed the meaning that Li Fei wanted to express. It was incomparably firm and would never leave. In the end, he didn't open his mouth, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and embraced Li Fei in his arms, and felt Li Fei's heartbeat. At this moment, Li Fei's heartbeat seemed to have completely merged with his heartbeat, and it was difficult to distinguish them. "I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you still don't leave, then you'll be buried with him." The old man's withered body trembled slightly. He suddenly realized that everything he had done just now seemed to be useless. This young couple, although young, was actually willing to give up their lives for love. This made him feel that it was inconceivable, and at the same time, he was a little angry from embarrassment. Li Fei completely ignored the old man's threat. She quietly leaned into Duan Lingtian's embrace, taking in the familiar scent of Duan Lingtian's body and enjoying every second. She really hoped that this moment would last forever. As for Duan Lingtian, he held Li Fei in his arms and smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. He felt extremely calm. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his soul had been elevated to a higher level. His spiritual power, which had been dormant for a long time, grew at an extremely fast rate. All the way to the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice this at all. Or perhaps he knew deep down that even if his mind power improved, it wouldn't change anything. 3 breaths later. "Looks like you're really going to die with this kid." The old man sneered, his skinny body lightly trembled as his origin energy roared. "Then I'll let you and this kid be a pair of dying mandarin ducks." Whoosh! In the sky above the old man, 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. "Young master." Xiong Quan, who'd always been struggling to stand up, went ghastly pale when he saw this scene, and his body that had just propped itself up fiercely fell to the ground once more. He madly pounded his fists on the ground as if he'd gone mad, and he hated his own weakness to the extreme. "Stay your hand." Suddenly, a delicate shout spread throughout the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, causing everyone to be stunned. The old man's face sank as he turned to look towards the source of the voice, and his gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. "I, the old man, hate people telling me what to do. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you dare speak out of turn again, then I'll let you die with them. Big brother Zhang, bring sister-in-law in." Duan Lingtian looked at the young man by Wang Qiong's side as he spoke slowly. He didn't want to be a burden to this young couple. "Big sister Wang Qiong, if there's a next life, I hope to be able to eat the food you cook again." Li Fei raised her head and lightly smiled to Wang Qiong. "It's really delicious. Now, you and big brother Zhang quickly go in." "Little sister Li Fei." Wang Qiong looked at Li Fei as a wisp of a smile appeared on her tear-stained face. "You've taught me many things, and allowed me to understand many things in an instant. Thank you. If you really want to eat the food big sister cooks, then you have to live well, and big sister will cook for you again. Live well." Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to sigh. Did she still have a chance? Brother Yong. Suddenly, under the gazes of everyone present, Wang Qiong looked at the slovenly young man by her side and spoke slowly. "I know that when you followed me to the ancient city of Everlast to live in seclusion, you'd once said, 'Unless someone threatens our lives, otherwise, you wouldn't commit the sin of killing again.' Suddenly, Wang Qiong's fierce gaze descended onto the emaciated old man and two middle-aged men in the distance, and her voice became slightly colder. But today, I hope you can make an exception for me. Wang Qiong's words caused everyone besides the slovenly young man to be stunned for a moment. Big brother Zhang, he wouldn't be. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up when he heard Wang Qiong. Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up, a chilly voice sounded out by his ears. I understand. This voice was precisely emitted from the mouth of the slovenly young man in the distance. In an instant. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the slovenly young man vanished on the spot, and he'd obviously sped up to the limit. Duan Lingtian only saw the energy of heaven and earth royal in the sky before condensing into three ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end, the strength of three ancient horned dragons. Big brother Zhang. He's a second-level void initiation stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian revealed an expression of disbelief. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Bang! Duan Lingtian's thoughts had only just spun when he heard an enormous bang. Zhang Shouyong had arrived before the old man in the blink of an eye, and his fist smashed out like a sledgehammer, and it smashed onto the old man's chest before the old man could react. The old man was smashed flying, and his face flushed red. Second-level void initiation stage. The old man shouted out in shock, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Never had he imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 years old was actually an existence that was even stronger than him. Whoosh. The old man didn't dare hesitate, and the origin energy on his body roiled as a narrow sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. His origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried along an extremely terrifying aura. This aura was even stronger than the advanced force. Sword concept. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, another ancient horned dragon silhouette and almost 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the old man. The 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the three ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the bright moon. It's a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The grade 6 spirit sword in the old man's hand was able to amplify strength by almost 40%. The strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths was amplified by the grade 6 spirit sword on the basis of the strength of two ancient mammoths, as for the strength of the other ancient horned dragon. That was the strength bestowed upon the old man by sword concept. Concept reigned above force. Although the old man's sword concept was only at the lowest level, first level sword concept, it still reigned above advanced sword force. Advanced force was able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Just like Xiong Quan's advanced sword force. Whereas the first-level sword concept that reigned above advanced sword force was instead able to allow a martial artist to gain the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, which was the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Presently, when the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of three ancient horned dragons, and coupled with the strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths, die. The old man's eyes were crimson red as his figure flashed out, and the narrow sword in his hand trembled as he flashed towards Zhang Shouyong like a bolt of lightning. Of course, in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, the old man had vanished into thin air. The old man's speed was too swift. With his current cultivation, he was utterly unable to see clearly, and only felt a gust of wind swiftly flash past as it swept towards Zhang Shouyong. Big brother Zhang, watch out! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but warn him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that his warning was unnecessary. He saw Zhang Shouyong vanish into thin air before his eyes, and when he appeared once more, he stood at the spot the old man was at earlier. A mere first-level void initiation stage martial artist with first-level sword concept dares to play tricks before me? Zhang Shouyong's voice contained slight disdain and overbearingness mixed within. Whoosh! Practically at the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a layer of light that flashed with flowing lights suddenly appeared on his body. This wasn't a defensive chi barrier. Instead, It was a layer of earthen yellow-colored light barrier. Instantly, Zhang Shouyang's entire body seemed to have fused into one with the earth, and it was impossible to distinguish between him and the earth. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang took a stride forward. Taking a step out was like a mountain collapsing. Bang! An extremely formidable aura gushed out from Zhang Shouyang's body, and it seemed to have perfectly fused into one with the entire earth. This aura was even slightly stronger than the old man's sword concept, earth concept. As he looked at Zhang Shouyang, who seemed to have completely fused into one with the earth, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart. After fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he wasn't unfamiliar with concept. It was even to the extent that he was able to discern that Zhang Shouyang was executing a type of concept that was extremely difficult to comprehend, the earth concept within the concept of nature. Earth concept was able to allow one's aura to completely fuse with the earth. Not only was it capable of concealment, it was even capable of relying on the energy of the earth to attack, and it was an extremely overbearing concept. Whoosh! At this moment, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zhang Shouyang. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes floated in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they accumulated force and were waiting to attack. Big Brother Zhang's earth concept is actually able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression. Third level earth concept. Chapter 354. Concept was similar to the cultivation level of a martial artist, and it was divided into 9 levels. Every level was stronger than the previous level. First level concept was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Second level concept was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Third level concept was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. The strongest concept was 9th level concept, and it was comparable to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Third level earth concept. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well, and his heart was filled with shock when he saw Zhang Shouyang reveal a cultivation at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. Now, Zhang Shouyang had actually executed 3rd level earth concept. Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to react when Zhang Shouyang took another step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have completely fused into the ground and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the emaciated body of the withered old man that stood in the distance with a terrified expression suddenly trembled. Subsequently, it was as if his throat was tightly held by someone, and his face went ghastly pale as he opened his mouth, yet was unable to speak a single word for a long time. In the next moment, his eyes that flickered with a fierce light had completely dimmed down. Bang! The withered old man's body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground, and when he crashed to the ground, dazzling and resplendent fresh blood flowed out from his 7 apertures. The withered old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. Earlier, he'd even controlled the lives of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei in his hands, and he was extremely domineering. But now, it was precisely such a domineering void initiation stage expert that crashed to the ground and bled to death from his 7 apertures. The scene before them caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to have an unreal feeling. Is this really a void initiation stage expert? At the same time, they were completely shocked by Zhang Shouyang's strength. Although they were unable to discern the traces of Zhang Shouyang attacking, they knew clearly that all this was related to Zhang Shouyang, who'd vanished on the spot in the blink of an eye and seemed to have fused into one with the ground. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyang's slovenly figure once again appeared before the eyes of everyone, and he just happened to stand by the side of the withered old man's corpse. Zhang Shouyang calmly glanced at the withered old man as if he had done something insignificant. At this moment, the twin brothers standing at the side looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They all realized that they had kicked an iron plate. A 2nd-level void initiation stage expert that had comprehended 3rd-level earth concept. Even if it was in the surrounding area of the ancient city of Everlast, such an existence could be called a top existence. To think that they would encounter it. Run! The same thought appeared in their minds. They hurriedly executed their movement techniques and flew out of the restaurant. They wanted to escape from this place of despair. In this place, they felt that their lives were completely out of their control. Zhang Shouyong's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had originally planned to chase after the two of them, but all of a sudden, he seemed to have realized something. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he gently shook his head. All of a sudden, Zhang Shouyong's figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already beside Wang Qiong. Ah! Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that had advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage shook, and he vaguely noticed that a person was flying in from outside, and her target was the pair of fleeing twin brothers. Who is it? Right when Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. The figure blocked the path of the twin brothers. The lifelike silhouette of an ancient horned dragon circled in the sky above this person. Besides that, there were another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that surrounded this ancient horned dragon silhouette like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, and it was as if they were prostrating themselves before a supreme emperor, 9th level of the void prying stage. The faces of the twin brothers that were stopped went grim as they shouted out in shock. Stay behind. The voice of the person that arrived was extremely pleasant to the ear. Instantly, she made a move. Swoosh! Swoosh! A pair of delicate hands flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and they seemed to have transformed into two venomous snakes that bit towards the twin brothers and directly broke their necks. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and it caused one to shudder. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the twin brothers crashed down along with the person that arrived, and they followed in the footsteps of the withered old man. This, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei looked at each other, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Only because, the young woman that had appeared before their eyes and killed the twin brothers was someone they knew. This young woman was none other than the beautiful manager of the Profound Pool Inn that was opposite the Eternal Jade restaurant. Duan Lingtian never imagined that this beautiful manager that looked to be extremely delicate actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. The beautiful manager nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes spun with flowing lights as she looked towards the distant Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, and her gaze descended onto Wang Qiong. Profound Pool. Zhang Shouyong nodded to the beautiful manager and greeted her indifferently. When faced with Zhang Shouyong's coldness, the delicate figure of the beautiful manager imperceptibly trembled, but it was still clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian knew that this was Zhang Shouyong's private matter, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He brought along Li Fei and arrived before Xiong Quan, then helped Xiong Quan up and sat down at the side. Xiong Quan, are you all right? Xiong Quan shook his head and forced out a laugh. I'm fine. After making Xiong Quan consume the grade 7 gold injury pill, Duan Lingtian started to help him dissolve the medicinal strength. The current Xiong Quan had completely lost his origin energy, so he was utterly unable to dissolve the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill. After a short while, under the assistance of Duan Lingtian's origin energy, Xiong Quan's injuries recovered greatly. Although his dantian couldn't be healed, his complexion improved slightly, and he wasn't as pale as before. I understand. Suddenly, a slightly miserable voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look. It was the beautiful manager of Xian Qian, and she sighed before turning around and leaving. That graceful and beautiful figure was lonely and desolate, as if she'd lost the most important thing in an instant. Besides that, when Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, he kept having the feeling that there was something different about this young couple. In next to no time, he obtained the answer. So it turned out that the problem lay with Wang Qiong. How could the current Wang Qiong have the slightest lack of confidence? Compared to the Wang Qiong of the past, the current Wang Qiong was simply like a completely different person. What happened? Duan Lingtian was puzzled in his heart. It was difficult to imagine that a person would change so much in the blink of an eye. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, thank you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and walked towards Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong as he sincerely thanked them. His tone was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Zhang Shouyong lending a hand today, it would have been impossible for him and Li Fei to survive. Little sister Li Fei, I didn't scare you, right? Wang Qiong stretched out her slender hand to seize Li Fei from Duan Lingtian's side, and then she pulled her to her side before asking about her well-being. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'm fine. Li Fei lightly shook her head. Come, let's have a private chat. Pay no attention to them. Wang Qiong brought Li Fei to the side to sit down, and they started chatting happily. This caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to look at each other before smiling helplessly. The two of them found a place to sit down. After they sat down, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Big brother Zhang, I truly never imagined that you're actually a void initiation stage expert. Moreover, you're a void initiation stage expert that has comprehended third-level Earth concept. Zhang Shouyong smiled. I was just lucky. Lucky? Duan Lingtian shook his head. This wasn't luck. Being able to comprehend third-level concept at such an age, Zhang Shouyong's comprehension ability caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even if it was in the foreign lands, such a comprehension ability could already be considered to be not bad. Big brother Zhang, are you from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a wisp of a smile. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thank me for what? He was unable to wrap his head around it. It seemed that Zhang Shouyong had helped him today, right? Why did Zhang Shouyong thank him instead? Brother Lingtian, I presume you ought to be extremely curious about the relationship between me and the female manager of Xian Qian, right? Zhang Shouyong asked. Although he didn't know why Zhang Shouyong suddenly asked this, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but nod. She's called Chen Xianqi, and she's my childhood sweetheart. My family and hers are even friends for generations, and my family arranged a marriage for the two of us since we were young. She can be said to be my fiancée. Of course, that's all in the past. At the moment I left my family, that marriage contract didn't count. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. Childhood sweetheart. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong had such a relationship with the female manager of the inn. Zhang Shouyong continued. Since I was young, I've taken her to be my own younger sister, and I've never thought that anything would happen between us. So, I've always paid no attention to that marriage contract. Later on, I got to know Qiong and quickly fell in love with her. Originally, my family didn't interfere in the matter between me and Qiong. Even though Qiong didn't have any background, her natural talent in the martial Dao was extremely good. But, an accident later on caused Qiong's dantian to be damaged, causing her to lose all her origin energy. From that moment onwards, the family started to obstruct me from having any contact with Qiong, and they wanted to separate us. They even took out that marriage contract to force me. I left the family in a fit of rage. At that time, an even greater problem descended. Qiong actually wanted to leave me, and it was because she felt she'd lost her cultivation and wasn't worthy of me, causing her to become extremely unconfident. For the sake of allowing her to regain her confidence, I took her and flew far away to the ancient city of Everlast before establishing the Eternal Jade restaurant with her. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face. Here, I saw her smile once more, even though she was still so unconfident. Chapter 355. Zhang Shouyong didn't speak of what happened after that, and Duan Lingtian was able to guess a thing or two. It was none other than Chen Xianqi being unwilling to give up. Then, coupled with Wang Qiong's lack of confidence, Chen Xianqi felt that he had an opportunity to take advantage of. Therefore, the relationship between Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong had always been in a deadlock. Zhang Shouyong laughed freely. This time, the life and death relationship between you and sister-in-law infected Qiong. Qiong seemed to have thought it through in an instant, and didn't feel that she was worthy of me anymore. Her past confidence no longer existed. Even to the extent that she took the initiative to suggest leaving the ancient city of Everlast with me and going around the world. This was practically impossible in the past. Speaking up to here, Zhang Shouyong's face was filled with excitement. Congratulations, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong continued. Earlier, Xianqi also realized that Qiong had regained her confidence, and knew that she didn't have a chance anymore. So, she thought it through and will leave in a few days. This time, you and sister-in-law have really helped us greatly. Otherwise, if Xianqi were to drag on for a few more years, I don't know how guilty I would feel. Duan Lingtian nodded. An hour later, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Xiong Quan left the ancient city of Everlast once again. But, there were two more people beside them. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian gave up a Fergana horse to Zhang Shouyong and his wife, and he and Li Fei rode on the same Fergana horse. Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei and spurred the horse forward. The current Zhang Shouyong had changed into a clean set of clothes and wasn't as sloppy as before. The stubble on his face had also been shaved off, and he appeared to be handsome. But the wine gourd still hung on his waist. This wine gourd was like a treasure that never left his side. Big brother Zhang, why does it seem like the wine in your gourd can't be finished? Half a month later, Duan Lingtian finally couldn't help but ask. In this half a month, he was certain that Zhang Shouyong had not replenished the wine in his wine gourd. His wine gourd was like a bottomless pit, containing an endless amount of wine. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Zhang Shouyong was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lingtian, your big brother Zhang's wine gourd isn't an ordinary gourd. This is a grade 5 spirit weapon that can hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. Wang Qiong explained to Duan Lingtian with a smile. A 5th grade spirit weapon? Wang Qiong spoke casually, but in Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. A 5th grade spiritual weapon? Li Fei, who was sitting in front of Duan Lingtian with her back leaning against Duan Lingtian's chest, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Looking at the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand, her autumn eyes flashed with an incredulous light. Xiong Quan, who was leading the way on his horse, was also slightly moved. He was shocked. I've really misjudged. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Now, his spiritual force stretched out, and he was able to notice that the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand was actually a grade 5 spirit weapon. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. According to his knowledge, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 5 spirit weapon was in existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and qilin horns. The 7-star sword sect he was in was one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, such a formidable sect seemed to only have a single grade 5 spirit weapon. It was a grade 5 spirit sword, and supposedly, it was in the possession of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader. That grade 5 spirit sword was the sword of the 7-star sword sect leader that was passed down from generation to generation. Besides being able to store wine, this wine gourd ought to be an extremely terrifying offensive spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that this wine gourd was different. It wasn't a pure storage spirit weapon like a spatial ring, and besides that, it carried traces of a baleful aura. This was the baleful aura that only offensive spirit weapons possessed. Grade 5 spirit weapons. There are very few in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's in those empires that stand above imperial kingdoms, there probably aren't many of them. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a member of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. All along the way, he tried to ask about Zhang Shouyong's origins, but Zhang Shouyong brushed it off with a smile every single time, saying that he already had nothing to do with his past and didn't want to mention it. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the carefree and resolute tone in Zhang Shouyong's words. Looks like the clan that this Big Brother Zhang of his used to belong to had injured him greatly. Since Zhang Shouyong was unwilling to speak, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't ask any further. This also caused Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong's origins to become a mystery in his eyes. Big Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, what plans do the two of you have? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. We don't have any specific plans for now. However, we ought to first make a trip around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll first send you and sister-in-law back to the 7-Star Sword Sect, and then we'll make plans. Zhang Shouyong lightly smiled. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He naturally knew Zhang Shouyong's intentions. It was undoubtedly to escort him and Li Fei back to the 7-Star Sword Sect. After all, Xiong Quan's current cultivation was different from before. Even if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist utilized a spirit weapon, Xiong Quan wouldn't be a match for the martial artist. Although Xiong Quan was able to execute advanced sword force that was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. However, the strength bestowed by advanced sword force was unable to be amplified by spirit weapons. Spirit weapons could only amplify the strength of the fleshly body and origin energy. Currently, Xiong Quan had lost all his origin energy, and only his 9th-level body tempering cultivation remained. When the strength of his fleshly body exploded out, it was only comparable to the strength of one ancient mammoth. Even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword to amplify it, regardless of advanced sword force, Xiong Quan's strength was even inferior to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Xiong Quan who was leading the way on his horse and asked, Xiong Quan, what plans do you have? Xiong Quan took a deep breath when he heard this, then slowly said, Young master, with my current strength, I'm unable to help you with anything. I want to return to my hometown. Xiong Quan's tone contained slight bitterness mixed within. Then we'll send you back to your hometown first. Duan Lingtian nodded. He respected Xiong Quan's choice. He'd already made a resolution in his heart. In the future, he would surely help Xiong Quan repair his dantian. Repair his dantian. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking now, that person would surely curse Duan Lingtian as a madman, and feel that Duan Lingtian was indulging in wild fantasies. After all, if one's dantian was broken, then even if one consumed the best healing panacea in Cloud Continent, the Grade 1 life recovery pill, it would still be powerless. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in Cloud Continent. If one's dantian was crippled, one's entire life would be ruined. This was an ironclad rule. However, as someone who had merged with the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian did not care about this ironclad rule. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to repair a broken dantian. At the very least, in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were 2 ways to repair a broken dantian. The first way was to find a legendary medicinal herb called the Immortal Spirit Herb. The Immortal Spirit Herb only existed in legends, and even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of it and had never seen it before. It was said that the Immortal Spirit Herb could even allow a person with a crippled body to regrow their limbs. Its medicinal strength could be said to be heaven-defying. The second way was to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist and refine the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. The quasi-royal grade resurrection pill was a healing panacea that surpassed the grade 1 life recovery pill. In Cloud Continent, everyone only knew that the grade 1 life recovery pill was the best healing panacea. However, they did not know that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had long since refined the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill that were superior to the grade 1 life recovery pill. No matter how severe the injury was, as long as the heart did not stop beating, as long as the person consumed the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, he could be saved. As for the royal grade resurrection pill, it was even more exaggerated. Even if the heart stopped beating, as long as it did not exceed an hour, the person could be saved with the royal grade resurrection pill. That immortal spirit herb is too elusive and unrealistic. Looks like I can only help Xiong Quan repair his dantian when I get to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that Reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his third lifetime. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The pile of treasures that Reincarnation Emperor Wu prepared for his third lifetime included the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and the royal grade resurrection pill. After galloping for a month, Duan Lingtian's group finally arrived at Xiong Quan's hometown. Xiong Quan's hometown was located within a group of mountains, and it was a remote mountain village. Xiong Quan, you grew up here. Duan Lingtian looked at the remote village before him and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It was difficult for him to imagine that Xiong Quan, the former guardian of the Boundless sect, actually had such an ordinary background. Yes. Xiong Quan lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the distant village. Duan Lingtian's group had just entered the village when someone noticed them. It's Uncle Xiong Quan. In next to no time, a 12 or 13-year-old youth with sharp eyes recognized Xiong Quan, and he cried out in surprise as he ran over. Uncle Xiong Quan, Uncle Xiong Quan. You are? Xiong Quan was stunned when he saw the youth that pounced into his embrace. Uncle Xiong Quan, don't you recognize me? I'm Eru. The youth raised his head and looked at Xiong Quan with an excited expression. You're Eru. Xiong Quan was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh as he rubbed the youth's little head. Eru, it's only been a few years, and you've already grown so big. The youth laughed slyly. Uncle Xiong Quan, I was only 7 years old when you left last time. Is everyone in the village well? Xiong Quan asked. The youth hurriedly nodded. Everyone is well, it's just that I usually miss Uncle Xiong Quan. Humph, I want to be like Uncle Xiong Quan in the future and become an outstanding martial artist. I want to enter the Boundless sect and become a grand guardian like Uncle Xiong Quan. The youth's naive and unaffected appearance caused Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong to be unable to refrain from laughing. Then Eru, you have to work hard. Xiong Quan smiled as he encouraged, yet a trace of loneliness flashed within the depths of his eyes. Xiong Quan. Uncle Xiong Quan. In next to no time, a group of people gushed out from the village, and they were incomparably enthusiastic. Looks like after Xiong Quan became the guardian of the Boundless sect, he didn't forget his hometown. These villagers all respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 356. Xiong Quan relied on his own hard work to grow from a mountain kid to a guardian of the Boundless sect. This was a surprising fact. Moreover, after Xiong Quan became a guardian of the Boundless sect, he was still able to remember his origins and take care of his hometown. This was something that was extremely hard to come by. It was admirable. It was precisely because of this that Xiong Quan was able to obtain the acknowledgement of the group of villagers in his hometown. Because of Xiong Quan, the group of villagers loved the house and its crow, and Duan Lingtian's group received warm hospitality in the village as well. After staying in the village for a few days and enjoying the countryside life for a while, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 prepared to leave. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian went to find Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, this is the antidote. In the future, you don't have to worry that the poison in your body will relapse every half a year. This antidote is sufficient to eradicate the poison in your body. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it to Xiong Quan. At that time, For the sake of controlling Xiong Quan, he'd tampered with the grade 9 spirit-clearing pill he gave Xiong Quan to consume and added poison. It was a type of slow-acting poison, and so long as one didn't consume the antidote to alleviate the poison after half a year, one would die without a doubt. Now, Duan Lingtian passed the antidote to eradicate the poison to Xiong Quan. "Thank you, young master." Xiong Quan took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, then said sincerely, "Young master, in the future, when Xiong Quan isn't by your side, you must take good care of yourself and protect yourself. Young master doesn't have to feel guilty about Xiong Quan's matter, everything is fate." "Fate?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Xiong Quan, let me ask you, what is fate?" Xiong Quan was speechless when he heard this. He didn't know how to explain. "Xiong Quan, remember, you must not believe in the so-called fate. Now, although your Dantian is crippled, your advanced sword force is still present. Since you've opened the door of force, even if you don't have origin energy, you can similarly continue comprehending sword concept." Duan Lingtian slowly said to Xiong Quan. "It's not important." Xiong Quan shook his head and smiled, looking extremely carefree. Without origin energy, so what if he comprehended sword concept? Only the sword in his hand was strong, and his attacks were strong. In terms of speed, he was no different from an ordinary 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. "Xiong Quan, I know that your Dantian has been destroyed and you've lost all hope. However, I still have to tell you that I have a way to repair your Dantian." Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan with a solemn expression. "What?" Xiong Quan was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. He was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. "Young master, you said you have a way to repair my destroyed Dantian? Is that true?" The current Xiong Quan was no longer as calm and carefree as before. He was so excited that he lost his composure. The reason why he had pretended to be like that earlier was because he didn't want Duan Lingtian to worry and feel guilty. In fact, his heart had never walked out of the shadow of his Dantian being crippled. Over the past few years, Duan Lingtian did not treat him as a slave because he controlled him with drugs. Instead, he treated him like family, which made him feel grateful. Now, even without the control of drugs, he still tried his best to think for Duan Lingtian. "You've been with me for a few years, have I ever spoken empty words?" Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Xiong Quan's excitement. If they could choose, no one would choose to become a cripple. Xiong Quan's face flushed red when he obtained confirmation, and he was extremely excited. "However, even though I have a way to help you repair your Dantian, I'm afraid it will still take some time. At least 5 or 6 years, at most 8 or 9 years, or even over 10 years. Duan Lingtian poured a bucket of cold water on Xiong Quan when he saw him so excited. However, Xiong Quan didn't mind, and he grinned. "Young master, I can wait." Duan Lingtian nodded and patted Xiong Quan on the shoulder. "Then I'll be leaving first. No need to send me off. Properly comprehend your advanced sword force. With your comprehension ability, comprehending sword concept isn't a difficult thing. I hope that when I see you next time, you've already comprehended sword concept." "Young master, I will. I absolutely won't disappoint you." Xiong Quan hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction, then turned around and left to gather with Li Fei, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong before leaving this remote mountain range together. "Scoundrel, are you still thinking about Xiong Quan?" Li Fei couldn't help but ask when she saw Duan Lingtian didn't speak all along the way. Duan Lingtian sighed. "My responsibility for Xiong Quan falling to such an end isn't small." Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and consoled. "Don't blame yourself, you were powerless at that time as well. That withered old man was too strong. But Big Brother Zhang killing that withered old man can be considered to have helped Xiong Quan take revenge." Duan Lingtian nodded, then he looked at the young man on the other Fergana horse beside him. "Big Brother Zhang, thank you." Zhang Shouyong shook his head and smiled. Brother Ling Tian, you don't have to be courteous. That day, when I saw you for the first time at Xian Qian, I had a feeling of familiarity at first sight. The facts prove that our temperaments are compatible, and we're bound to become friends. Yeah. Wang Qiong, who sat in front of Zhang Shouyong, nodded as well. Little sister Li Fei and I hit it off at first sight as well, and I've taken her to be my own little sister in my heart. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Otherwise, I'm not a match for you, but I can ask Brother Yong to help me teach you a lesson. As she finished speaking, Wang Qiong's tone had an extra sense of being protective. Then wouldn't I be eaten by this little girl for sure in the future? Duan Lingtian laughed exaggeratedly. Humph. Scoundrel, let's see if you dare bully me in the future. Wang Qiong's words caused Li Fei to beam with delight, and her beautiful face was filled with complacency. In the following days, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 didn't walk quickly, and they toured the scenery all along the way as they headed towards the 7-Star Sword sect. Something worthy of mentioning was, when they were about to arrive at Black Bamboo City, Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through once more. 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Presently, I've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, and my strength is comparable to the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist, I possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. The third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WIRM Python form, has finally attained perfection. The scope of effect of the quake energy has increased to the limit as well. So long as my opponent's strength doesn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths or more, I'm not afraid. Since he broke through, Duan Lingtian's mood had always been slightly surging. Lu Shirgu. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered with cold lights, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. When we return this time, we should properly settle the debt you owe me. Lu Shirgu had heavily injured him that day, and even knocked him out. He'd always been ashamed of this. He hoped that one day, he'd be able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Shirgu repay it 10-fold, 100-fold. Now, although he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, after his cultivation stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he was already unafraid of an ordinary 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. So long as Lu Shirgu hasn't broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, then with my current strength, it's sufficient to completely crush him. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his eyes emitted a trace of yearning. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of Li Fei's hair before him, and felt the strong wind that blew from his galloping horse, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was gentle like water. Presently, an entire year had already passed since he left the 7-Star Sword sect that day. This time, it wasn't only his cultivation that had broken through once more. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through half a month ago, breaking through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Of course, the reason Li Fei's advancement was so swift and closely followed Duan Lingtian's footsteps was because she'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk that day. Now, Li Fei's natural talent in the martial Dao was similar to Duan Lingtian, and they'd both arrived at the limit that a martial artist could attain. A year passed. Duan Lingtian was already 21 years old. Brother Lingtian, that city ahead is Black Bamboo City? Zhang Shouyong's gaze descended onto a small black dot in the distance as he slowly asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that arriving at Black Bamboo City also meant that they were about to part ways with Zhang Shouyong and his wife. All along the way, he and Li Fei had formed a deep friendship with Zhang Shouyong and his wife. It was unavoidable that they were reluctant to part. Let's have a meal together after we arrive at Black Bamboo City. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei as he suggested. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei naturally had no objections. Little sister Li Fei, I'll surely come visit you with Brother Yong when I'm free in the future. Wang Qiong spoke to Li Fei with a face filled with tender affection. Big sister Wang Qiong, I'll miss you. Li Fei's beautiful eyes faintly had traces of mist as she spoke in a light voice. Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. Alright, all good things must come to an end, be happy. Not to mention, it's not like we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Besides that, we still have to eat together in a while. Big sister Wang Qiong will feel uncomfortable seeing you like this. Li Fei lightly nodded and squeezed out a trace of a forced smile on her face. During this half a year of time, she and Wang Qiong felt like old friends at first sight and were close like sisters. Now that they were going to separate, they were naturally extremely reluctant. The small black dot in the distance gradually grew larger. Finally, it turned into a city. This city stood in the distance as if it had turned into a giant beast that swallowed the carriages and dragons in one gulp. After Duan Ling Tian and the other three entered the city, they randomly found a restaurant and sat down by the window. Then, it was time to order. Brother Ling Tian, they seem to be looking at you. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Shouyong's voice. Only then did Duan Ling Tian realize that the group of guests in the restaurant were looking at him strangely. In fact, when he entered the city just now, he realized that some people looked at him as if they had seen money. Their eyes were shining and their faces were filled with greed. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian had no idea what was going on. The Shi family mansion. Patriarch, I want to see the patriarch. An extremely fast figure dashed into the Shi family mansion and rushed all the way to the main hall of the Shi family mansion. Inside the Shi family hall. Recently, is there still no news of that Duan Ling Tian? The old man in brocade clothes had a cold expression as he looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. Chapter 357. Lord Xiaodou. Shirley had a bitter smile on his face. I asked someone to inquire about it at the Seven-Star Sword Sect. 1 year ago, that Duan Ling Tian left the Seven-Star Sword Sect and hasn't returned until now. Xiaodou. The vice president of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Jade Magnolia Trading Company. An existence at the 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if he was the Shi clan's patriarch, he didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest before Xiaodou. After all, even their Shi clan only had a single Void stage expert, and it was only a first-level Void Prying stage martial artist. If Hao wasn't killed by that Duan Ling Tian, then with his natural talent, he would surely be able to become the second Void stage expert of my Shi clan. When he thought up to here, Shirley's face sank. You've already told me about this yesterday. Xiaodou glanced indifferently at Shirley. Have you found out where he went? Shirley shook his head. Not for now. Don't worry, Lord Xiaodou. That Duan Ling Tian crippled my daughter's cultivation and even killed my son. I, Shirley, am absolutely irreconcilable with him. So long as I have news of him, I'll surely notify Lord Xiaodou at the first possible moment. Xiaodou's arrival allowed Shirley to see the hope of taking revenge. In the past, although he knew that his son, Shi Hao, was killed by Duan Ling Tian, he didn't dare act rashly. Because Duan Ling Tian was an outstanding disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and the Shi clan wouldn't allow him to take a risk for a personal enmity and bring a calamity to the Shi clan. However, some time ago, this vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou, held a portrait and came over in a threatening manner, allowing him to see hope. His daughter, Shi Yan, recognized with a glance that the young man in the portrait in Xiaodou's hand was precisely that Duan Ling Tian. Thus, he invited Xiaodou into the Shi clan estate. Plotting a grand scheme of revenge. Duan Ling Tian, you deserve death. You actually dared to kill Lord Xiaodou's only son. Cold lights flickered within Shirley's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Patriarch, patriarch. Right at this moment, a figure rushed into the main hall without any prior notice. Xiaodou frowned when he saw the Shi clan disciples directly trespassing, and he grunted coldly. Patriarch Shirley, looks like the rules of your Shi clan aren't much. Could it be that anyone can casually trespass into this Shi clan audience hall? Shirley was a little embarrassed. He looked at the Shir family disciple and asked in a low voice, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Patriarch." The Shir family disciple said excitedly, "The person in the portrait has appeared." "Pa!" Just as Shirley's pupils constricted, Xiaodo, who was sitting to the side and had just picked up a teacup to drink tea, suddenly trembled and crushed the teacup in his hand. Xiaodo stood up and looked at the Shir clan disciple as he shouted in shock, "You said the person in the portrait has appeared?" The Shir family disciple hurriedly nodded, "Yes, I saw him enter the city with my own eyes." "Patriarch! Patriarch!" At this moment, several figures flashed into the main hall. "My cousin found the young man in the portrait in Quiet Elegance restaurant. My friend noticed it too. I saw it with my own eyes." These Shir family disciples were similar to the Shir family disciple from before, they had all come to inform the patriarch. "Good, good." Xiaodo laughed loudly as an imposing aura soared from his body. Although he didn't intentionally extend it out, it still caused the Shir family disciples present to go ghastly pale and shiver. "Guang, father will go take revenge for you right now." Xiaodo's voice was like a thunderclap, and it shook the main hall to the point it seemed as if it was shaking. After eating and drinking their fill, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left the restaurant and galloped their horses out of Black Bamboo City. On the way, Duan Lingtian's brows knit. His spiritual force told him that there were many people spying on him from the shadows and following him now. "Brother Ling Tian, I've heard of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect as well. Qiong and I will send you to the entrance of the 7-star sword sect and take a look at the elegance of the 7 great sword peaks. How about it?" Zhang Shou-yong looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he spoke. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and lightly smiled, and his smile contained gratitude mixed within. He knew clearly in his heart. Zhang Shou-yong had surely noticed the people following him, and that was why he made such a decision. "Then let's go slower. I still have to chat with big sister Wang Qiong, and I don't know when we'll meet again." Li Fei's beautiful eyes flashed and were suffused with a sheen of reluctance as she suggested. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shou-yong nodded. The group of 4 and 2 Fergana horses walked out of Black Bamboo City and headed directly towards the 7-star sword sect. Because of Li Fei's suggestion, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shou-yong intentionally slowed down their speed and didn't gallop wildly. Li Fei and Wang Qiong chatted to their heart's content before they left, and they laughed and talked to their heart's content. Black Bamboo City wasn't far from the 7-star sword sect, and even if they slowed down, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already traveled half the distance after half an hour. The 7-star sword sect really deserves its reputation. Zhang Shou-yong looked at the 7 sword peaks that stood in the distance and couldn't help but praise. "I heard long ago that the 7-star sword sect has 7 great sword peaks, and it's a great spectacle in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now that I've seen it today, it deserves its reputation." Wang Qiong nodded in deep agreement. Perhaps any one of the 7 great sword peaks was inferior to the solitary peak near the ancient city of Everlast. However, when the 7 sword peaks gathered together and stood there for a long time, it brought about a kind of visual shock to others. The 7 great sword peaks were like 7 sharp swords that charged into the sky. It seemed as if they wanted to pierce 7 holes in the sky. Right at this moment. Thump. 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 A string of dense sounds of horse hooves interrupted Zhang Shou-yong and Wang Qiong, who were admiring the 7 sword peaks. Zhang Shou-yong's face sank and a cold light flashed within his eyes. A trace of displeasure appeared on Wang Qiong's beautiful face as well. When Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shou-yong turned their horses around, they could see over 10 tall horses dashing over with the 3 Fergana horses in the lead, and their target was directly at them. "Halt!" "Halt!" In next to no time, the people that sat on the over 10 tall horses surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that caused Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to have no place to escape. Shi Yan. Li Fei's gaze was sharp, and she noticed the young woman following by the side of the dignified middle-aged man with a glance. The young woman's features were warped and savage, and her triangular eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen. It was precisely the former 7-star sword sex Alcade Peak disciple, Shi Yan. The Shi Yan that had her cultivation crippled by Duan Lingtian. The younger sister of the former number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sex outer court, Shi Yan. Bitch! Shi Yan looked at Li Fei, and her triangular eyes emitted frightening icy coldness. Today, you and your man will die. Crippling my cultivation and killing my brother, none of you can escape. Shi Yan's voice was filled with gloomy coldness. Clean your mouth. Wang Qiong's beautiful face went grim when she heard Shi Yan insulting Li Fei, and she said in a low voice. What does me insulting this bitch have to do with you? Shi Yan glanced coldly at Wang Qiong and grunted. You and your man can only blame yourselves for being unlucky today, actually walking together with these 2 jinxes. All of you are bound to be dragged down by them. You mean you want to kill the 4 of us? Zhang Shouyong, who sat behind Wang Qiong, had a calm expression as he asked indifferently. Right when Shi Yan intended to speak. Exactly, all 3 of you will be buried with this Duan Lingtian today. An aged voice that contained extreme coldness and indifference sounded out, and it was an old man in embroidered clothes that sat on a Fergana horse that spoke. Presently, this group of people seemed to have taken this old man as their leader. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at the old man in embroidered clothes and frowned, as he kept having the feeling that the old man was slightly familiar, but he could be sure that he'd never seen this old man before. If he'd seen him before, it would be impossible for him to not have any impression of him. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the old man's cultivation ought to be at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Shouyong's calm face sank slightly when he heard the old man. A void prying stage martial artist dared talk nonsense before him? Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the dignified middle-aged man by Shi Yan's side glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, You first crippled my daughter's cultivation, then killed my son, Shi Hao. Today, I surely will make your blood splatter on the spot. You're Shi Hao's father. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the dignified middle-aged man, then his gaze descended onto the old man in embroidered clothes. You're taking revenge for Shi Hao as well. Duan Lingtian, this is Lord Xiaodou. Lord Xiaodou is the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. I truly never imagined that you actually dared kill Lord Xiaodou's son. You're simply audacious to the extreme. The old man in embroidered clothes hadn't spoken when Shirley had already sneered. Jade Magnolia Trading Company's vice president? Xiaodou? Duan Lingtian frowned, and he seemed to have heard of it somewhere. Scoundrel, Black Wind City. Li Fei reminded. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding as he recalled. At that time, when he'd just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City and passed by Black Wind City at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd participated in an auction. After the auction ended, there was once a person who spied on the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse he'd won. Later on, that person and the 2 old men by his side were all killed by Xiong Quan. That person seemed to be the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company in Black Wind City. You're Xia Guang's father. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in embroidered clothes, as he clearly remembered the name of that person from that day. Exactly, I'm Xia Guang's father, Xiaodou. Xiaodou's gaze was exceedingly icy cold and contained boundless killing intent. Looks like you still remember my son that was killed by you. I've searched for you for an entire year and finally found clues related to you in Black Bamboo City. Looks like even the heavens want me to take revenge for my son. As he finished speaking, Xiaodou's face flushed red and he was extremely excited. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at a dead person. Xiaodo, you're the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company at any rate. Could it be that you don't want to know why I killed your son that day? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaodo and asked with a low voice. At that time, if it wasn't for Xia Guang arousing covetous intentions towards the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse in his possession and colluding with the members of the Ma clan auction house to kill them and seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he wouldn't have asked Xiong Quan to kill Xia Guang. As far as he was concerned, all of this was something Xia Guang brought upon himself. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.